Greetings and welcome to the People's Ascension for our final episode of Season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. Today, we will be looking at a full system analysis and sort of roundtable discussion with my players here, and chat. If you have any questions, feel free to jump in with those, and we'll keep an eye on them and see if we can answer questions, anything about the game or our show, behind-the-scenes sort of stuff. We're going to be looking at the rules, tools, and themes of Lost Eons. And we're gonna have a discussion about what sort of strengths and perhaps weaknesses this game has, and what type of gamer and what type of group is gonna best enjoy this game. So if you're curious as to if Lost Eons is a game for you, stick around. We're gonna talk about that. Before we get started, these final system analysis episodes always feel a little strange to me because we're not going straight into a recap and into a story. We completed the Lost Eons Genistar demo play miniseries last week. Man, last week feels like it feels so far away, and also yesterday. This has been one crazy week for everybody, I assume. Let's start off with some announcements before we get to our main discussion today. First of all, of course, is thank you for watching. This is the People's Ascension. We are doing RPGs Uncovered, a series dedicated to showing just how quick and easy it can be to learn a new TTRPG. So not only do we have this discussion and the Everything You Need to Know About the Game Episode 1 discussion, which is back on our YouTube channel. We also have the demo play miniseries that we do, and I have bite-sized tutorials up on YouTube and our supporter sites. Supporter sites get the written version and any cheat sheets and other printable or physical material that I might put out. But the tutorials themselves are free for anyone to access over on YouTube. We have the basic core rules for Lost Eons up there already. If you have about 8 minutes or so to learn a new game, pretty much everything you need to know is over there. I have more videos coming out. I plan to get one out on Friday, and then the clocks went back 50 years, and I was really confused. We're gonna talk about that later. So I have one more video pretty much ready to go, and another one that needs editing, and at least one more that I still need to record. But we're going to talk about, we're going to have a tutorial on character creation, on spell casting, and on combat specifically, and possibly another one for the GM side of things for creating encounters and dungeons and narrative events and all that. So even though this is the last episode for this season, even more content is going to be coming out in the next couple weeks. That is everything for, well, this particular show, but I do have quite some announcements to give now, and then I'll throw it over to my players, who I know have plenty of announcements of their own. Because of everything that is going on right now, I don't need to be coy about it. We here at the People's Ascension, anyone I bring on, and anyone in our followers, I expect to value basic human rights and decency. The Supreme Court decision on Friday and everything around that is a mess, and we are in support of that. Reproductive rights matter. Abortion access matters. LGBTQ plus rights matter. Black lives, Asian lives, everybody's lives. We are all human beings. We all deserve respect and freedom and autonomy. If that's not for you, leave. I'm fine with that. But if that is for you, we have some things coming up. In fact, we have a lot of things coming up because I am filling all of July with all kinds of one-shots. This went from a project where I was planning on doing maybe 1 or 2 one-shots a week just to have some cool games during intermission between Season 3 and Season 4 of RPGs Uncovered. And then this all happened, and I decided I wanted to go all out. So I have been talking with people pretty much nonstop since Friday morning about setting up all kinds of games, getting all kinds of players, getting all kinds of new GMs to run various games. We have a lot of things already signed up. I have 8 or 9 games planned, and I'm not even exaggerating here, dozens and dozens of people still to talk to. So I will be posting an updated calendar of everything we have going on, but just know that throughout July, we're looking to have at least 3 one-shots a week, and each of those are going to be in support of reproductive rights and abortion access. I'm going to be setting up a fundraising link for that, a charity link for that. It's not active right now. I'm saving that for July. I might drop it earlier just because the quicker we can get it out there, the quicker we can get more money in, the quicker we can get it to the people who need it right now. But at least starting in July, it's probably going to start on the first Sunday of the month on the 3rd. That's when the whole big event is going to go live. So if you would like to support, look out for information on that on Twitter and on our Discord. If you're not part of our Discord already, go head down to the links below in the About section and come hang out with us. If you want to be a player or a GM or provide your game, talk up the show out in social media, any sort of support that you want to do, that you can do, I would very gladly talk to anybody who wants to be any bit a part of this. So go hang out with us on Twitter and Discord, and of course give us a follow here and on YouTube for more information and to see those amazing streams and videos when they come out. I can't yet announce what we're doing on the 3rd because I still have some things planned that I need to talk about there. But on the 6th, we're going to have one of our Whip Workshop Wednesday episodes, and that is going to feature a magical girl game, Alchemistresses. I am very excited to be talking about that. That is going to be at 7:30 p.m. U.S. Eastern Time. That is going to be super exciting. And then we have potentially our first, probably second, again, working at the 3rd, first one shot for this charity drive. We are going to be playing Dragons of Amelta by Kat, if you're familiar with season 2 of RPGs Uncovered and Hero Chord that we did. She has a follow-up game, Dragons of Amelta, where we play baby dragons in the same universe. So if you remember Mauld from season 2 of RPGs Uncovered, I'm going to be playing little baby dragon Mauld, and it's going to be adorable. That is going to be at 7 p.m. on Thursday, the 7th of July. And it's going to be the full cast from the Heroic Chord season. So we're going to get all those great people back. And I have even more to come. Like I said, I'm going to be releasing a calendar coming up shortly. I think that is enough of my ramblings, hopefully for a good cause. I've been talking enough. Let's pass it on to our amazing cast here. I know they have things going on, and then we can get into our discussion. Thanks for sticking with us during these longer announcements today. There's just some things I really wanted actually said. Anyway, let me throw it over to my amazing players. Start out as we usually do. Hello, Andrew. Thank you for joining us. What have you got going on?
Brief introduction. Hi, I'm Andrew, that gamer Ajax on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. I don't have a lot of like big crazy announcements going on. I'm working on setting up a couple of things though. Looking at a couple of game master interviews on my YouTube channel. I like to kind of highlight smaller systems, and I also like putting out great tips and tricks. And I'm going to be honest, there are a lot of people that have great ideas that aren't me, so I want to try to include them as much as I can. But yeah, just I'm very happy to be here. I'm so sad that this is our last episode together for this season. Who knows what the future might bring though. But yeah, that's really all I've got going on. Unfortunately, I don't have any big crazy announcements that I would be comfortable announcing at this time. I'm working on putting together a few things to try to maybe get some one shots on my channel at some point or mini campaigns, but we'll see what happens. I've got a lot that I need to learn before that.
All right. Yes, great things to come. And we're gonna be seeing more of Andrew here on other channels. We're gonna be seeing a lot more. All right, Zoe. Hello. Good morning.
Hello,
Afternoon.
I'm whatever time it may be, wherever you live in this world.
Yep. How are you
I'm
doing?
Zoe, also known as Zoe Trooper. You can find me on Twitter as at Zoe Trooper. Things I got going on. July 2nd, I will be working with Casters and Castles, bringing you a one-shot having to do with pirate hell or pirate purgatory should be really interesting. I plan on making my characters be, or rather my players, be a little more introspective about their life choices. I guess that's what purgatory is, but that's something they're gonna have to deal with. In the future, I will be working with Drake on a very special project, which I will not announce yet because we want to get that more solidified first, I believe. Other than that, nothing I can announce right this second, but I look forward to seeing all you lovely people in further shows and continue to support all the creators here, pretty please. They're all really great folks.
Absolutely.
Yeah. And, of course, my new good pal, Drake, I know you have a lot going on, but I don't know how much you can say about it, so... Hello, good morning, good afternoon, good time zone to you, good sir.
Good time zone to you as well. Hi, I'm Drake, also known as the Lion Knight. You can find me at the Lion Knight 42 over on Twitter, YouTube, and pretty much anywhere else on social media. I have a weekly show called Dice Trays Action, which is a D&D 5th edition actual play that airs Tuesdays at 8:30 p.m. EST. I also have an interview show, Roll for Perspective, which has me sitting down with DMs, GMs, content creators, game designers, and more to discuss tips, tricks, and provide insights. On top of that, I recently announced Tales from the Table, which is going to be a series running, at least for now, through July and August, and is going to be a reproductive rights charity drive where we're going to be working with a lot of amazing creators to bring you full 10 to 12 hour day live streams of one shots and some amazing short term campaigns spanning anywhere from 2 to 5 episodes with some incredible GMs, storytellers, players, and more. I'm so excited to be able to do that and hopefully be able to offer a little bit of respite from some of the really awful things going on right now, as well as raising some money for a fantastic cause. I am still looking for more players, more GMs, anyone who's looking to help out, whether it be signal boosting, donations, giveaways, anything that anyone is interested in doing to be a part of this. You can always send me a message or tag me in something on Twitter. I'll be having an application out tomorrow morning for players. So if you're interested, keep an eye on my Twitter for that. And, come join us, have some fun, let people know. The best thing we can do right now is just whatever we can do to make this as safe as possible for the people who need our help. And you will absolutely be seeing all of these amazing faces on my channel throughout these next 2 months. And I could not be more appreciative of having y'all around.
Yes, great stuff to come. So basically, in July, you should just spend the whole month flipping back and forth between me and Drake's channel. We'll have you covered.
That's true.
Yeah.
Co-signed.
All right. Yes, very good. That, I believe, is all of our announcements out of the way. So let's get into our discussion today. Yeah, like I said earlier, we're going to be talking rules, tools, and themes of Lost Eons again, and having a chat not just about the game system, but also about the story that we were able to tell in it, and the characters, and how it all worked out. So I'm going to try to keep an eye on chat, so if you guys have any questions about the games, questions about the game, question about the story we told, anything behind the scenes, anything about the characters, I will try to keep an eye on that. I'm sure my cast will try to keep an eye on that, and we're going to have a good discussion. So, Lost Eons. Just to recap for anybody who hasn't been with us the whole season, you can go back and catch that on YouTube. But Lost Eons is basically a post-apocalyptic solar punk storytelling game. And I call it a storytelling game because it is so heavily focused on telling a good story as opposed to focusing overly much on conflict, such as combat or being too heavy-handed in skill challenges or whatnot. Everything about the game, everything about character creation and mechanics, and from the GM side of things, designing encounters and designing adventures and whatnot, all has a very narrative, creative, collaborative storytelling feel. So if this is a game that you really like tactical combat in, this game isn't going to be for you. But if this is a game, if you are a player or a GM who is interested in telling amazing stories about what it's like to be human, about what it's like to be accepting and different, creative, collaborative storytelling processes, this is a game that I'm sure you will enjoy. And we'll talk a little bit more specifically about the rules and tools and whatnot coming up. But as far as themes, I think this game really did a great job with what it promised in the GM and player's guide at the very beginning of that, as far as the themes that were presented forward. The solar punk genre, I think, is well represented here. Uh, I've I was not aware of the solar punk genre before this game, so others might not. Solar punk is basically a genre that looks forward into the future as to what humanity might look like after solving our major sort of ecological and social problems, mostly ecological. Uh, but you know, it's a complicated, confusing, scary world out there. I'm not talking about a game. I'm talking about the real world. And sometimes, sometimes it's it's nice. I don't know if nice is the right word, but helpful to look forward. I'm a big fan of uh, far future sort of sci-fi cyberpunk, whether it be dystopian or utopian stories. I think it's really helpful to look forward, whether it be a cathartic experience, whether it be an escapism experience. It's that dystopian versus utopian vibe that you get from it, and I think it's important to have both. And I think, surprisingly enough, this system does have both. A lot of things in this system are presented as a fresh start of humanity, and a way to look at the world and each other and what it means to be human that is kind of removed from everything that is going on right now in a much more utopian sort of aspect. But that's not utopian with big sprawling cities and starships that don't need to worry about fuel costs and gold press latinum being not a problem for anybody but the Ferengi. I'm a big Star Trek nerd. Um, it looks at it as from a much more zoomed in perspective, looking at people and looking inward to themselves and how they interact with each other, in the way that you design your societies, and then you interact with those societies and the world that you build around it, and then you can bring in those more repressive, oppressive, dystopian type vibes through the adversaries that the game helps you create and helps encourage you to place in different ways in different parts of the world for different reasons, to give that nice contrast between a positive, fresh new outlook on life and the problems of the past that are kind of still there, even though the world hit the reset button, basically. Um, so I think my first comment on themes and whatnot, looking at the solar punk genres, I think this game really delivered on the solar punk genre itself and had a lot of very positive and helpful messages just sort of built into the game, and really facilitated me as the GM to tell an interesting story that incorporated a lot of potentially difficult and heavy messages, but in a light that was digestible and enjoyable. At least I hope they were. Uh, how do you guys feel?
So I'm going to be completely honest. I like the solar punk genre is still relatively new to me as a whole. Just from like what I've looked into it, it does seem like it does have this sense of optimism that I feel like you don't really see in a lot of other like sci-fi kind of vibes. I think that especially with the story that we told, I think that we definitely kind of nailed that on the head, and I like. you had to make the Genistar Knights relatable, didn't you? Like, you had to do that.
Every good bad guy
Um,
is.
yeah, yeah. I do think that in terms of gameplay, like I think that like this game does like it does show that like you can just you are a person that's just existing in this world, and the fact that like I do think it does a really good job on like emphasizing the fact that like change is necessary, especially just through the mutations that you get. I mean, like some of the stuff that we got was really cool.
Mhm.
Like I'm just like even just looking at Cooper, the fact that like I overnight was able to start changing my appearance, like that's just cool. And the fact that everybody's like, yeah, that's fine.
Yeah,
Like we
no,
can
it's
roll
not.
with this. Like
Yeah.
just I think that like the strongest theme is just that like change is not a bad thing was like the most prevalent thing to me when playing through Lost Eons, and
And
I thought it was so good.
mhm. And
It was
being accepting of what that change is in yourself,
yeah
and most importantly, others being accepting of that change.
yeah. I feel Drake. I feel like we kind of put you through the ringer on that one a little bit.
Cool.
He did it to himself.
That
To
too.
be fair, that is true. I knew what I was getting into. Yeah, if I could just sort of piggyback off that, two things that I definitely want to say that really stood out about this game was that, like you said, Solarpunk is something I haven't seen explored a lot, and it's something that I don't think gets nearly enough exposure, and I'm really glad that we did this for that reason. The genre is, super optimistic, and it also almost inherently gives you a chance to sort of explore some of the frustrations and stress that comes from where we are right now. And I think that this game does a really good job of presenting those opportunities of being able to tie in things like, change and how it's completely unavoidable, and the way that we view each other and interact with each other is kind of tied into the core principles of this game. And it's something that I think we as a people have been struggling a lot with in the last couple of years. And I think that that's awesome. I also think this game does a really good job of moving away from the concept that a lot of TTRPGs do of the like heroes fantasy, right? Like Andrew said, we're just kind of people living in this world. We're not superheroes. We're not incredibly powerful. We have abilities, but so do pretty much everyone else. Sometimes on par with ours, and sometimes way beyond that. If you're looking to stomp around the game and be this like superpower, it's really difficult to do that
Mhm.
here. And I honestly kind of appreciate that. I kind of have had this running joke with a lot of people I know where every time you pick up an RPG and it's got like cool stuff going on, you always have to have it ruined by being the chosen one. And all of a sudden, all these cool things fall by the wayside, so I can go be the hero. And this does a great job of going, you can be the hero if you want, but you're going to have to figure out how to do it, and it's going to cost you
Mhm.
because you can't just run around killing things and demanding of the game. It just doesn't work. And I absolutely adore that. I
Mhm.
adore the sort of atmosphere and the vibe that it gives off when you are playing it.
Yeah, that's a great point that we'll probably talk about more when we get to talking about how combat went and how character creation and character action is represented in the game. But that's an excellent point. If you are a gamer, if you are a GM that really enjoys, like I said, tactical combat, but even extrapolating from that, being the most powerful, the most charismatic, the fastest, the strongest, whatever it is. If you want to play a sort of power fantasy type game, and I think that word power fantasy gets a bad rap. Power fantasy doesn't need to be a bad thing. It's just a different type of game from what you get in other games. This is not a game where you can go around and clear out an entire dungeon of kobolds without having to take a rest, or you're not going to be swinging around all kinds of ancient magically powerful weapons and whatnot. This is a game where you play as relatively normal people. You have access to magic, but using it usually costs you in sometimes more ways than one. So it's a game that really emphasizes the characters and who they are and the choices they make about taking action, rather than what the characters are fighting against. and the act of taking action. It's more about who they are and why they do things and how they interact.
It may seem counterintuitive to some players, longtime TTRPG players, but the flaws actually round out your character. A lot of times in D&D, I would like to have at least one or two stats in the negatives just to kind of play off of that, because your character shouldn't be good at everything. And I find Lost Eons did that really well in the fact that you do feel small in a really big world, and it's a feeling. It's sure, there's the games where you can be like exalted, where you get to live that power fantasy. This was not one of it. But to kind of like segue out of that, the solar punk genre was really fun for me. I love the fact that it deals with, most of the time, completely different problems than we might find in real life, because most of the issues of our current times have been solved, right? So that gives a lot of creativity when it comes to basically creating your own adventures, because you could focus on something that, like, us in our everyday don't normally deal with. And it's cathartic in a way, because you get to experience problems that you don't normally experience. So that, on top of being a small person in a big world, I think the game is very easy to immerse yourself in.
Mm-hmm. And it really, that's something we didn't get to touch on too much in Lost Eons, because we only had 4 episodes, was how big that world can be, how different that world can be, and how immersed you can get into it. Because if you caught the tail end of our Everything You Need to Know About the Game episode, the first episode of this season, we built a map. Or at least we talked about what was in that map and what were interesting features in that map and how they came to be there and how we might want to interact with them. And then I went ahead and took all of those ideas and put it into a map, which is available on our support sites if you want to go take a look. And we covered a minuscule amount of that map. If we had an entire, like, full length, if we had a longer format campaign, if we were doing a 12, 16 episode run, or if this was a home game where we could spend 6 months, a year more on the game, and I think you really can, you can really get immersed into the world, and there's a lot of tools on the GM side to make that world vibrant and different and meaningful, with mutations not only in the characters, but mutations in the land and the plants and the animals, in high essence zones that allow crazy things to happen in the natural world, like updraft, or the large verdant forest just on one side of harvest. And there's a lot of really interesting ways built into the GM tools and how the players interact with the world, that you can really immerse yourself in a new, bright, and strange new world. So if you like world building, this is also a good game for you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm gonna be completely honest. Like, even just looking at like that component of it was so incredible, and it's going to form the way that I start campaigns moving forward. Actually, like, this was my first true experience with doing like some collaborative world building, and like the fact that everybody here had really good ideas, and we got to build this world that we were going to be playing in. It was so cool. I was just like, there are so many places I want to go to, and I know we don't have the time. So what's going to be there
Yeah.
for us? Like, oh, and when we got to Updraft, that was so freaking cool.
Yeah,
That was one of my favorite parts of the entire campaign, honestly.
I'm a massive fan of collaborative storytelling, so the fact that the players can have a hand in creating the world that they're going to be playing in, absolutely. I agree with Andrew on that.
Yeah, I talk about this a lot on pretty much any time that I talk to anyone about world building or role playing. The two things that I will always be most in love with when it comes to a TTRPG are the ability to come together and do that as a whole. Collaborative world building is such a great experience because you will always get a more interesting world when you have more hands in the pot and ideas that sort of come together, because they can give birth to these completely new concepts that you just wouldn't have thought of on your own individually. And similarly, just having the openness to sort of explore that world that you, even as the GM or the player, now only really have a part of a grasp of, and that you sort of build together is so interesting, and it provides so many opportunities for players and player characters to really have this organic, which is probably my favorite word when it comes to talking about anything, organic growth and organic storytelling and organic just character development and group dynamic development. And yeah,
Mhm.
Updraft was a really good example of that for us. I feel like even though we only spent so much time there, everything that happened in that short amount of time was so interesting, funny, powerful, meaningful that it didn't matter that we didn't get to explore more of it, although I would have loved to.
Mhm.
It still mattered so much, and I absolutely loved that. And the game design and the way that the game is set up really contributes to that in a very meaningful way.
I love that you can see some of us chuckling when the
Yes.
mention of Updraft came up.
Mhm. But I was going to address that for it because we got some raiders, we got some new followers with us. Thank you guys, thank you Insight Chat for the raid and everyone that came along to come check us out. We're talking about Lost Eons, a Solarpunk TTRPG. Yeah, if you didn't catch the demo play series, we're all sort of giggling back here because during that world building, collaborative world building sort of session 0 that's built into the sort of pre-game prep that you do together to play this game. One of the things that I think it was Zoe you suggested Updraft having like a patron air spirit.
Yes,
Yeah.
it was a patron air spirit, but it was supposed to be something mundane, like
Yep.
a horse or something we would recognize,
Mhm.
but the people of this world did not recognize.
Mhm.
So we did that.
And it being represented in an altar, in a statue, in some sort of maybe not necessarily religious, but in some sort of monumental form. So yeah, there was a horse statue monument to the Updraft as the characters of this brand new world of Lost Eons understood. But to Subject 24, to Tolin, who existed cough cough centuries ago, that's the local hockey team's mascot statue. That's all that was. And that's the collaborative storytelling gems that you get out of a game that encourages collaborative world building. And it was that was a great episode all around, and a great part of that episode because I mean every single thing that happened that episode just kind of broke Tolin a little bit, and probably a little bit Drake.
Oh, for sure. There was. It's actually really funny when you look back on it. It's like there were so many sad beats in Tolin's story from like beginning to end, but the horse is
Yep.
what really does it. That's what just the nail in the coffin for Tolin. It was just like, all right,
This is where I am now.
This is just what I'm
the world
going
now.
through.
This is the world now. Yep.
Yeah, and I really enjoyed the opportunity to sort of have that moment, right? And have that interesting bit of the just fundamental differences in the dynamics between like the Star Wars and Tolin, and where just fundamentally their understanding of the world is so different, and it doesn't deter them from being able to come together and be who they are and have that understanding. And to Tolin's credit, they didn't ruin it for them. So
Yeah. It was a bonding experience.
Yeah. Goes us.
Yeah. They really weren't a great team either. Yeah, but I think that's another core theme of this game that we've already kind of been talking about. The fact that it is freeform, improvisational, and most importantly, collaborative. Pretty much every aspect of this game is a collaborative, creative storytelling experience from session 0 when you're creating your characters together, when you're creating the society that each of these characters come from together, when you're creating the haven and what it was about, when you're talking about story beats that you want to see, when you're talking about the building of the map and world creation together, it really facilitates a story that brings everybody in from the very start, or even before the very start, and not only brings them in, but encourages them to be a part of it, to be a big part of the world and its formation and the stories that you're going to tell in there and the meanings behind them. And then you get into the rules themselves, and it's still a collaborative experience because pretty much everything that happens is a negotiation between the players and the GM. Anytime a complication is rolled, it's a negotiation between the players and the GM. Anytime a spell is cast, it's a negotiation as to what that spell actually does, how much it's going to cost, as far as how many cards it's going to cost, and the power level behind it, and then mutations that you might get from it is a discussion between player and GM and players as to what those mutations are going to look like, how they're going to be how they're going to be interacted with by the world and the people in it. So much of this game is a collaborative experience between the players themselves and players and GM, and that's something I love about it. So again, to relate it to whether this game is for you or not, if you are a player or a GM that you like the separation between player and GM, if you like being a GM that says this is how things go, or if you're a player that likes having a strict set of rules and a strict set of consequences, and knowing what knowing exactly what the cost of failure is and exactly how things are going to be viewed in the world and whatnot. This game might not be for you. This is a game that, again, you're going to have to go in from the very start as a collaborative experience, and to engage in that collaborative discussion and world building, and most importantly, rules adjudication from a position of good faith and encouragement, really.
Yeah, one of the things that I did want to bring up about this exact thing is, well, two things actually. The first is, so the way that the GM and the players communicate and sort of negotiate is something that I started having a little bit of like practice with in the Cipher system, because it's something that comes up a lot there.
Mhm.
But it's, so much more widespread here, and I really appreciate that. And like you said, it really does sort of remove a lot of the heavy relying on mechanics and hard numbers for hard pass fails, and I really appreciate that. I thought that that was really well done. The game is, super narrative heavy, and I find that it's really good because of these things, for like exploration, which we talked a lot about a little bit, and more than anything else, because it makes you feel like such a small part of this huge world. It's so good for telling interpersonal stories,
Mhm.
so fantastically good at that, at creating those moments between people to just sort of come together. And because of the way that it does that, and because of the whole way that it handles the mechanics, flavor and imagination are such an important part of this. Where in some games, you have so many options to choose from, and that's how you make your character feel unique, and the mechanics are what really determine how unique you are. Here it's a lot more, here's your basic concept, great. Now from there, you have to talk out, figure out, work on your own with your players, with your GM, with everyone else, to sort of flesh out who this person is, if that is how they'll fit in the world, and if not, why. And to really explore a lot of things that aren't just words or numbers on a piece of paper.
Mhm.
And I think that that plays such an important role, maybe even not one that people will always recognize right away, but such an important role in making these interpersonal stories feel real and deep and emotional and bonding.
I will say I think that like out of the systems that I played, I think this is probably like the most rules light. I mean, the everything that you need for making a character, and like from the player side of things, I mean, it's what 40 pages, if that.
If that,
Uh,
yeah.
yeah, and I gotta say,
And
like,
most of them are tables and suggestions.
Yeah.
yeah, and like, I mean, a good 5 or 6 of those are like the character archetypes that you're gonna be playing through. I mean, case in point, we had the Salvager, the Psych, and what
The
I'm
seer.
blanking on what
Seer.
Seer. That's it. That's what Death Layer was. Sorry, I blanked on that one, but I think that like if you're a person that likes to kind of be kept on your toes, and like you're okay with like focusing a little bit more on improvisation and telling a story together, I think this is a system that you're really going to enjoy. Is something that I'm curious about. Is from the GM side of things. Is how much were like we keeping you on your toes, and especially like when you have to consider like partial successes. I know that like partial success is one of the things that seem to come up. And granted, we had a lot of successes early on. We didn't have a lot of partial successes, but then then came the failures and the
Mhm.
partial successes, especially in the second half of the show. But from a game master side, like how did you have to prep for those kinds of situations? Because I feel it's a lot easier on the player side of things.
From for creating consequences, how much I had to prep for
Yeah,
creating
yeah. Like
you can't
how
really
much like
prep for creating
okay,
consequences. This is a game where you can. Uh from my own GMing perspective, I put more emphasis on building the foundations of the world and understanding those foundations, how the world came to be, and really looking at how each important faction, whether it be Harvest or the Genistars or Updraft or any other parts of the world, getting a foundation, getting a backbone, and then it's a lot of collaborative creativity and improvisation. I've been doing this long enough, being a GM in multiple different systems with multiple different levels of rules complexity and narrative complexity and whatnot, that I can kind of just riff, and it's really helpful to have amazing players that are also creative and not only take that well, but throw it right back at me. This entire season has been a really fun game of just narrative catch, really. Uh, so preparation for coming up with consequences. I mean, I needed to understand how severe those consequences could be, and I think we saw a little of that in the last episode with pushing your luck that we did a couple times. Um,
we
and
relied on pushing your luck so
yeah,
often.
yeah. And
Yep.
consequences for casting higher power level spells that we saw directly for Tolin there. And narrative complications that just come up through access to the world, like the bracelet and how that interacted with things. So I think at some point a GM just has to let things happen, and let themselves happen, and let the world happen, and let their characters happen. And it can be difficult to get, especially for newer GMs, it can be difficult to just get out of your head and get out of the prep work and get out of the system and just let things flow. But I think this game really facilitates it because there's not that really rigid codified rules that you have to work on. It gives you enough guidelines to point you in the right direction and keep you within a specific parameter. But then you can just look at the world and look at that foundation, that skeleton that you built, and just build off of it, and then bounce it back and forth between player and GM again. Because I know there were examples where what I initially suggested wasn't what we actually finally agreed on. Uh, the the dragon encounter was a great example in the last episode, because I had a whole bunch of ideas as to how that fight was going to go, what the complications were going to be. I was gonna breathe acid on you guys. I was gonna like snatch somebody and like jump them back up to the top of the wall. There was patrols coming in and out. It was gonna be a whole thing, and you guys very expertly bypassed that and then had to face it again on the way out. And it was a very different experience from what I intended, but because I understood how the world functioned, and how the Genistars would interact with things, I knew how to take what was a very different encounter from what I had planned and morph it into how it went. And then going out of the building, it was really just again that narrative game of catch between myself and you guys, and that's how we got the dragon the dragon statue, the dragon fountain with the tree growing out of it, which was amazing. Does that long-winded answer
Yeah.
even come close
Yeah.
to? Okay. Yeah.
So I guess the question that I would have then is that if you have somebody that is a new game master that's going to be picking up Lost Eons and wanting to run this, so maybe the general thing that you should keep in mind is just the fact that like this is probably a game that you can focus more on just kind of playing make believe with
Yeah.
your friends rather than having to rely on a lot of those very solid mechanics that are in other games like Pathfinder or
Mhm.
Dungeons and Dragons, for just as a couple of examples, because I know those are a couple of the bigger games that we see out there where this is your small indie and this is just like, hey, have some fun with your friends. Like, I think this is a game that is good for both short term, like you could do a good one shot with this.
Mhm.
I would be very curious to see how this would like handle doing longer term play. I think that it has some solid mechanics in it. The only thing that I could see being an issue is how frail most of the characters are. I mean, case in point, like Zoe, you had 2 health.
Yeah.
Like
Mhm.
the entire game, you
That's
only
it.
had 2 health, and that doesn't go up really, not
Nope.
unless you upgrade your armor.
But the most amazing thing, I had photosynthesis, which gives me the ability to heal a resilience for 1 hour I stand in the sunlight. This was a completely random mutation that I got at character creation, but given that I only had 2 health, this would have helped me immeasurably,
Mhm.
right? It just never came up.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
luckily
Yeah.
avoided most harm.
Actually, I think you went the entire campaign without getting hurt, right?
I did, yeah.
Nice.
Somehow.
Yeah, I mean, Tolan was the one that took like you had the biggest hit there at the end, but I just felt like I was kind of the punching bag throughout most of this.
Mm.
I think I took the most consistent damage out of that.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure.
I didn't even get to use one of my features, which is repairing armor. Nobody got hurt.
Yeah.
Yeah, I had the same thing where I had self-sacrifice, so I could take damage if someone takes damage instead of them. It just never came up.
Hmm.
I thank you, Andrew, for all of the damage you took instead of me because I was very frail.
Yeah.
Yeah. But I will say that it like if you are a player that like if you're wanting to try like exploring the combat a little bit more, check out the Scrapper. It seems to be a little bit better about it, even though like combat can be very brutal in this game. I actually appreciate the fact that like combat is very free flow and it's not like, oh, you have X number of actions that you can take. It's just that it's just like, what am I gonna do?
Yeah.
I
Again,
know that I have like
creative, collaborative storytelling, even in the
Yeah.
combat.
Yeah.
Go ahead.
One thing I just wanted to tack on to what you were saying about, being able to just sort of communicate and riff and play make believe with your players before we move too far away from that. I just wanted to throw in one of the best things that I ever was told from one of my like first DMs was the value of what would you like to do, right? No matter how much time you spend prepping and preparing and planning what things are going to be, nothing will be more valuable than understanding the basic concepts of the world around you and being able to answer being able to resolve whatever the answer to the question of what would you like to do in a way that is satisfying. And I think this game again really lies on that concept, right? Of like Jackie brought up the whole thing with the dragon, where it's like you had all these plans and all these ideas and thoughts about how it was going to go, but because of the open narrative power of this game and the presentation of the game, it was almost inevitable that none of that really got a chance to be experienced because we went, okay, we have a solution that will prevent all of this.
Mhm.
And then, so you go, there's a dragon. What would you like to do? And we go, absolutely nothing you've written.
Right.
And now you have to be able to be like, okay, well, like
should
you said,
embrace
I know
that.
the Genistar Knights. I know the dragon. I know what's happening. I know the basic idea of how you want your powers to work and how these using essence is going to work here. So we can figure it out together. And I think that more so here than in almost any game I've played before, that is such an important thing, is the value of being able to respond to what would you like to do.
And another important question to ask and be able to properly evaluate and respond to is, what is your intention in doing so?
Yes.
because sometimes what the player says they want to do doesn't translate to the GM as exactly what they want to get out of it. So if you're ever confused, you should ask, okay, I understand what you want to do. Why are you doing that, and what do you want to get out of it? To help the GM better move you in that direction. And I think that's a big part of these collaborative storytelling games. You have to negotiate and you have to adjudicate in good faith, encourage your players, and reward them with their creativity, encourage that creativity. It really stifles the story and really brings players down to say no,
Yeah.
to just deny something. So the value of yes and I think even more importantly, no but is very, very important to storytelling games.
Yeah,
Uh,
if I could just kind of like shift just a little bit, just in terms of
It,
gameplay, I
if you
think
could,
that
if you could hold that thought,
yeah, go
Zoe, you were going to say something.
Oh no, it's just it was kind of like me agreeing with you. One of my favorite things that I've ever been told about DMing is the DM is not your enemy. The DM is there to make your crazy ideas work.
Yeah.
So that's all I wanted to add.
Yeah.
That's such an important thing to say, though. Like it's so important and gets overlooked way too often.
I've been in groups with adversarial GMs, and it's not
fun.
Not fun. Not for me. It works for some people, but not for me. If you're an adversarial GM, this game is not for you. If you enjoy competitive tabletop, this game is probably not for you. This is very collaborative.
yeah,
Andrew,
very
you were saying.
Yeah, well, actually, so I did want to bring Zoe in on this, just because I want to talk about the magic, because I feel like the magic system in this game does such a good job on rewarding creative uses of it. And Zoe, dear Lord, did you come up with some really good solutions?
Yep.
Like, first of all, it's keyword based magic, and I think that you had such a good way of coming up with very like I'm going back to Updraft when we like first got there, and you're like, oh, I'm going to use like I'm really going to push the limits on like what some of these keywords can mean, and I was just wanting to get like your overall like thoughts on that, because you were our spellcaster, like that was what your character did.
Yeah, the keywords. I absolutely adored them. Some of them are pretty self-explanatory when you get them, like scald and bleed. I actually had a use for bleed that I was sitting on, and it was not the use you might think, because when you think someone cast bleed, someone's going to start, bleeding out, and it's quite horrific. However, when we were fighting the helicopter,
the VTOL,
VTOL,
the really loud giant metal insect.
Yes, the VTOL. I actually wanted to cast bleed on its fuel tank, but it felt like that was a little technical on Daffileria's end. Like, she doesn't know where the fuel tank is, but if she did think it was a giant insect, casting bleed would make sense, and that might just be the result of that. Really, when you take a word like bleed or scald, I personally prefer to look at it in a non-standard way, because that's where I think the magic comes from. If I can be ridiculous about it. Something that as a player in the past has really kind of put me down is when I come up with creative solutions like that when using magic or solutions like that, and the DM does tell me no.
Right.
And the DM does not give me that but. So it's just, no, you can't find what you're looking for here, or no, you can't do that. And I don't try it again.
Yeah.
I just kind of like, okay, I will hit with my sword then, because that seems like the only option left open to me at that point. So whether you're playing D&D or something like that, this kind of segues back into our old conversation, but listen to your players, reward your players. It seems like a no-brainer. That's not to insult anyone. I'm sorry, I shouldn't use that term. But I think tables really go better when you all have that open communication.
Yeah, encouraging creativity.
Another thing that, again, this game does so well is helping people sort of find that line, right? And this is a game that I think I would almost suggest to a lot of people who are interested in getting into like DMing things, because it does sort of make you have to do that. It makes you have to talk to your players, and makes you have to listen to your players, and it makes you have to ask those questions and be prepared for the answers you can't possibly prepare for, which this game just handles so well, and the magic system is part of that.
Yeah. I really like keyword based mechanics, and just having to rely on those keywords and sometimes a small prompt to go with things, as opposed to systems that have a large, essentially drop down menu of choices that you have to very rigidly choose from. Because if we're looking at, if we take Magic as an example, and again to bring on D&D, and again this is not bagging on D&D or anything. It's a very good game for what it does, but to use it as contrast, this game focuses again on that collaborative creativity, and you don't, and it encourages and facilitates that. And I don't think that's something that you get from games where you have a very rigidly defined set of options already there for you. If you're casting a spell in a game like D&D, like Pathfinder or something, that has a very specific use, it has a very specific way of using it, has a very specific cost, has a very specific means of casting, and your players go, well, I like the general idea of this. Can I do this instead? Can I take some damage away and have it knock them down or push them back? Can I cast it silently if I spend more time before I put more resources in, or whatever it may be? When everything is so rigidly defined, it kind of it facilitates not being able to break from those molds. And I like games that don't have those molds, because then you can go where you need to go to tell a good story.
Yeah, definitely. Games like D&D, and I have to talk to players about this a lot, because I'm such a big proponent of making sure people feel like they can explore their own abilities in whatever way they can. Uh, the way that D&D is kind of rigid, and a lot of the games that are very mechanically intense with things like that, definitely does put people in a mindset where they go, well, this is the limitations of what I can do, and I'm
Yeah.
not going to explore beyond that. And even once being like, I'm going to dip my toe, and having the DM just go, no, it doesn't work that way.
It's really
Well,
off-putting.
like Zoe said, yeah, it'll just shut you down. Well, okay, I now understand I shouldn't do that. And it's something that I feel like this game also will help you with, communicating with your players. Well, this may not work this way here, but here's what you can do with that instead.
And that's very important. The reverse of that is very important, because I could see that in you guys in the first episode, when you guys were like, can I do this? Is this okay? Can I? What if I use this card? What if I extrapolate this way? You guys did throughout the entire stretch, did a really good job of being creative with everything. But that I could tell that you guys got more comfortable and confident in that creativity and expressing new ways of doing things and going out of the box, because I allowed it, because I encouraged it. And you get way more cool things happening when you encourage creativity.
Also, it's just kind of inspiring to see like how other people like. I mean, I don't think that any of the four of us would look at a keyword like. I'm just trying to think on like what, like rewind, right? Because I know that was one of the spells that I actually was able to cast. I don't think any of us would interpret it the exact same way. Like, I think all of us could come up with some very interesting uses of a rewind spell.
Exactly. That's the beauty of keywords, as opposed to spells that are already pre-written out.
Yeah.
And I just really enjoyed that spell distribution was playing card based. That was just really fun.
Yes. I like the randos. I'm so glad that we got cheese in there. Honestly, as soon as I saw the fact that this game has a cheese spell, I'm like, I want to know how we could use that. Honestly,
I stacked the randomization. I stacked the randomization of the cards, but again, GMs, encourage creativity and deliver what your players want. I know the players wanted to see the cheese spell, so I made sure somebody got the cheese spell.
We waited for the finale, but it was worth it.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
That was particularly exciting for me because in my youth, I was heavily influenced by The Last Unicorn. And in the story, Schmendrick, the magician, casts a spell saying like the bars are now as bitter and crumbly as cheese, which I shatter. So I'm not quoting it correctly, but that is what I wanted to do. The moment I got the cheese spell, that is what I wanted to do with it. And I kind of did it because there was that gun that I basically turned to cheese in the man's hand, and that inspiration comes from such crazy places.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, I also like the fact that each of our, because I mean, they're not like classes per se, but I just like the fact that each of us could still make use of magic, even if we weren't dedicated casters. I mean, case in point, like my ability to make potions, which could function like spells, but they weren't necessarily. I thought that was cool. I think that the psych also had some interesting ways to like consume aspects to instead get different benefits. I thought it was very interesting. And then if we wanted to cast, the option was still there. There are just drawbacks to doing it.
Yeah.
Yeah, the magic system is really interesting. I love conceptually how it works. I'm always a sucker for cards. You know, I'm a big fan of like card magic. So anything that will incorporate cards into a game is always something I'm big on. But if you're not a dedicated spellcaster, magic very quickly can be very punishing. Andrew, when you lost the ability to craft potions, right?
Yes, I was going to use that. I'm Jack. I really appreciate the fact that you were just like, oh, we're gonna change this real quick. I it is one of my critiques of the game is just that you have this really cool magic system, and I understand that the idea is pain for gain. That's why casters like they do give up a lot. I mean, one, you have the smallest health pools. Like you have to take a major detrimental mutation at character creation to be able to even like cast spells in the first place. But I don't like the fact that there's a 1 in 6 chance of you to lose a talent that you can only get through a beneficial mutation,
which are your major class features.
Yeah. I mean, like early on, like if I like, it's what made it so way I wasn't casting spells, because even if the situation was dire, I wanted to try taking the time to make my potions instead, because even if I lose a crafting kit, that's fine because I don't lose anything else along with it. But if the game does get updated or changed, that would be the one thing that I would ask would just be like make it so it's not so punishing. Or I guess as a game master in that case, like you'll have to come up with other ways to have more opportunities for greater beneficial mutations. That way your players could possibly get those back.
So my thoughts on the detriments of magic. I am very much a chaos gremlin. So if I had not picked a seer, you better believe that I would have continued to cast magic without being proficient in it to my own detriment. Basically one of those situations where the bad guy casts like some sort of thing and turns himself into a pile of goo. That's what would have happened to me. However, I can see how like doing a campaign with that sort of mentality would have been bad for the flow of the story. So I did go the caster route. I do like random chaos like that. Like if I were we're gonna go back to D&D here because I actually do love D&D. Wild magic, love me some wild magic. I love that kind of stuff. However, as pointed out by Andrew, losing your only talent or a talent that's kind of crucial to how your character runs, kind of rough. I understand what was going on there, but at the same time, if I were to DM it, and always DMs out there, if you ever looking for a tip, the rules are not set in stone.
To quote Captain Barbosa in Pirates of the Caribbean, they're more like guidelines.
They're more like guidelines.
Yep.
Never adhere to a rule if it makes the table less fun. That's all I can really suggest on that. If for whatever reason, if somebody lost a talent at my table and they're like, I really don't want to lose this, I'd say, well, what's an alternative? Or what would you like to do instead? because it's not fun when you basically become the useless party member, you know.
Yeah.
Even if this is a game where you're very small in a big world, being able to do nothing is not great as well.
Mm-hmm.
Yep, absolutely. And I would say, especially in a game like this where you feel so small in such an overwhelming world, losing one of the few things that you have access to can really feel backbreaking, not just mechanically, but it can be really hard to have to figure out ways to keep your character relevant within the party dynamic if you just can't anymore. And the trade-off will almost never really be worth it at that point, right? Like if I lose the one thing that I am able to contribute because I wanted to cast a spell one time, it can feel pretty rough. It can have a lot of negative impact, I think, on
Mhm.
the pacing and the implementation of just characters.
Yeah, I think that if we had like if this was a longer form thing, and if we were meeting for even like if we were doing 6 episodes instead of 4, I think like you could even make that into a story arc where you're trying to like go
Yeah.
and get your talent back. I think I love the narrative weight that there are times that it's just like, am I going to make a bad decision because it's important to it makes it feel like your choice has weight here. Like especially like I'm just thinking like the first time I'm like, okay, you know what? I'm going to cast magic. I don't have a choice here. I don't have anything. Like it was dealing with those flowers, like
Mhm.
the evil carnivorous kind of flowers. Uh, and in that moment, I'm just like, okay, I have these tools at my disposal. I'm very afraid to use these tools, but it makes sense in the moment. I think that like the narrative focus and the weight that some of those have can be a really good thing. I just think the only critique that I would have would just be make it so it isn't possible to lose something that you can only get from a major beneficial mutation when it comes to something that could be an everyday occurrence because everybody has access to
Mhm.
essence if I remember correctly, right?
Yeah.
And I know that it can be this crazy and very chaotic thing. I would just like if it would be possible to change that one component of it, I am perfectly fine with the rest of it. And like we saw, there were narrative things that came about from some of our reckless use of magic. I mean, Cooper can't return to what his original form was. He's stuck in that form basically until the end of his days. And I
Or
mean,
until he
he
gets a
looks like
major beneficial mutation and gets the trait back.
yeah,
Yeah.
that's true.
Yeah.
But it's just that now we have discount plant pattern
Yeah.
Talon at home with
Which
Yeah.
is which is exceptionally funny because Talon doesn't look like Talon at all anymore.
Mhm.
exactly.
Yeah,
Now you have a constant reminder of what you were.
I thought that was a really cool way that it worked out, right? Where it yes, working with essence creates that chaos, and chaos can sometimes do things that you would never have seen coming, like turning Cooper into plant Chia Talon.
Mhm. Love it. Chia Talon.
Yeah.
But yeah, I think there's a very careful line to sort of tread with that, while still obviously wanting to keep the narrative weight of
Mhm.
using this thing that is inherently chaotic to prevent
Mhm.
it from just being too much.
And I think we got well a narrowed and possibly skewed view of character progression in this game because we only had 4 episodes.
Right.
It, to play devil's advocate, I will say that there are a number of ways in the rules to go about getting a major beneficial mutation and getting a talent. You always get a talent on a major beneficial mutation, so if you lost one, you will get that back, and ways that you can get traits and skills. But there's a number of different ways you can get major beneficial mutations. There are when you're building the map, at least from the GM side of things, after you did the collaborative parts, you're encouraged to place at least one very high essence area that would grant players a major beneficial mutation just from being there or exploring there or accomplishing some sort of task there. You would get them from milestones, and I would say at the end of this journey would be a milestone. So it's basically every level of a D&D game, again, to make a comparison and contrast. So every, I don't know, somewhere between 4 and 6 sessions, 4, 6, 8 sessions, depending on, you know, what you're doing and what level you are, could determine how quickly or how frequently, infrequently that you would get major beneficial mutations. But there are ways of getting those that unfortunately we didn't have time to explore with only 4 episodes. To stop playing
Right.
devil's advocates, I do think I agree. I don't think losing a talent as a minor detrimental mutation, I think that's a little bit too much, because that's a core aspect of your class, your archetype. That's what makes you unique, from a mechanical standpoint. And as we said, there are only so many things in this game that contribute to mechanical uniqueness. You get a lot of uniqueness of your character from how you interact with the keywords and prompts that you are given throughout character creation in the story, but mechanically, it is the archetypes that really define who you are and what you can do, and the little niche situations in which you will thrive. So losing that from a minor detrimental mutation that you take from, what could be everyday occurrences, casting spells. There's some creatures, I believe, that may deal minor detrimental mutations as part of their like special abilities. Being in areas of powerful, you know, detrimental essence could come up. I think losing a talent is a little much. A trait I can kind of understand, because you can get that back with a minor beneficial mutation, but you need a major beneficial mutation to get a talent. So I think taking the talent out of the minor detrimental mutation, and replacing that with, I believe we went with another loss of a skill.
Yeah. In that case, we ended up because I lost one of my research
Mhm.
one of my research dice. But I do think that could also help, like, with the longevity of running this game. I do think that this would be one that, if you wanted to have a long form campaign, you could do that pretty
Yeah.
easily, especially because you said there are travel rules. Unfortunately, we didn't get to utilize them just because we were on a pretty strict time limit, all things considered. But I'm curious, like, how did those rules work necessarily? Like you're going on that adventure.
Yeah, so in the GM's guide, the GM's tools, which is one of the zines in this 3-zine package, there are rules for, there are rules and tables and examples and guidelines for creating locations and how those locations differ. And there is, most importantly, ways to procedurally generate overworld travel, and even dungeon creation and dungeon travel. Some of that is touched on towards the end of the player's guide, with the sort of one shot that is built into that. There's a included part in the player's. Is it the player's guide? Is it the? I want to make sure I'm looking at this correctly. No, that is actually the player's guide. That is actually the GM's guide, the GM's tools. There's a one-shot adventure, or at least an example adventure. That could be a one-shot, could be 2-3 episodes, depending on how long it goes. But above that, there are tools for procedurally generated adventures. And we talked a little bit about that in the first episode we did, the Everything You Need to Know About This Game episode, breaking it down into journey time, which is sort of overworld travel, in which case you have a journey die that you roll on every interval that can be defined in whatever is most useful for the players and the GM. In the book, it says journey time intervals are 2 hours, and that 3 rolls of the journey die, so 6 hours, is half a day's travel. So if you really wanted to make exploration and overworld travel the emphasis of the game, you really could, having 6 rolls of the journey die pretty much every day. And for example, the journey die, if I go and find the table, it's a d6. There's draw from the Doom deck, which we can talk about. Treasure with a sign, which means that you find a useful item that relates to what you're doing or where you're going or what you've been through. A friendly encounter, which is the only guideline you get, whether it be creatures or a merchant or just somebody traveling on the road, it is a friendly encounter. A creature encounter, which you can then roll for its disposition, whether it's immediately hostile or curious or friendly, again, whatever it may be. A 5 on the roll is dwelling. You come across some random building, and again, that's all the guideline there is. It could be an inn out in the road, just some place for travelers to rest. It could be a merchant shop or a traveling caravan, whatever is useful. And number 6 on the die is trap. There's a trap. Maybe it's a pitfall. Maybe it's something more elaborate. But you would roll on that journey die somewhere between 3 and 6 times per adventure day if you really wanted to focus on, if you really wanted to make the emphasis on the journey and how you were getting on point A from point A to B, as opposed to what happened in A and we need to get to B to solve that problem. You can really make the game a lot more about the journey. So that's overworld travel with the journey die, and then it can even zoom in even further with adventure time, which is the intense time taken while exploring dungeons, abandoned towns, caverns, forgotten havens, whatever it may be. Were you guys waving at me?
No, I'm sorry. You said adventure time, and Drake and I both smiled and gave each other a high five.
Yeah, so there's adventure time as well. There's an adventure die, or there's an encounter die, more specifically. It's called the encounter die, which you can roll every minute or every time you go into a new room, and it's very much the same as the journey die. It determines what is in that room, what creatures are in that room, what complications are in that room, what sort of reaction those creatures or individuals or complications are going to have, whether they're friendly or angry or whatever it may be. So there's a lot of useful tables to, again, randomize and procedurally generate the journey as opposed to big events. You're still encouraged as the GM to have an initial problem and a solution. But if we were playing this for not 4 episodes, if we had a 12, 16 episode season, we could have really detailed the journey from harvest to updraft, and I think that could have been really cool because there were a lot of interesting things along the way that we could have stopped and seen, and a lot of and those interesting things along the way I could have used to help me define what the roles on the journey die would be. And then if we decided to veer into one of those interesting things more specifically, I could then break out adventure time and the encounter die to help me determine what sort of interesting things are actually inside these interesting places. So this game does provide tools for GMs to really sort of ratchet in the magnification of the adventure you go on, and gives them tools to either randomize or give you good prompts and good examples for you to pick and choose what happens.
I love systems like that because what I do is I have my overarching plot usually for whatever I'm DMing, but to pepper in those little random encounters breathes a little bit of life. It's less rigid. Mm-hmm. Some of the funnest encounters I had was actually one game where we ran into a bunch of traveling dwarves that were going to set up a brewery in the next town over, and we traveled with them, and they were drinking, and the donkey may have been drinking as well, and it was just a hoot because it was our characters were dealing with a lot of problems, and this was just a really sharp turn away from that.
Yeah. Yet I will say, another GM tip: use non-combat random encounters, because I think they're far more interesting. I know a lot of DMs, a lot of Dungeons and Dragons or Pathfinder GMs get bogged down into, okay, it's traveling time, we need to roll a random encounter. and they don't go to a list of cool things that could happen. They go to a list of monsters and they roll. And okay, random encounter. You've been traveling for long enough. 2 ogres pop out of the forest. What are ogres doing here? Why do they care about this forest? Those questions don't matter. It's just here's a stack of hit points that you need to beat on until you can continue your journey. So definitely use non-combat or use tables that have a variety of encounters, friendly encounters, adversarial encounters, creature encounters,
Interesting
non-creature
locations.
encounters. Yeah, interesting locations. It just makes things far more interesting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think it's again, I keep going back to it, and I always will, is that idea of that organic growth. Exploring the world doesn't just mean seeing all of the places that you want to go to, right? It's seeing the way that other people interact with each other and with you, and what's left behind, and what's ahead in the timeline of everything happening, and how the world sort of progresses no matter where you are. It's such a great way to let your players feel so much more immersed in the setting and the world and the people that inhabit it, and make them care, and also to incentivize them to care about each other through these shared moments of experience that don't have to be, remember that time that the dragon almost tore my head off? You can have these really nice wholesome or honest or evocative moments that come from random encounters that have nothing to do with combat.
And
Yes.
I really just think the system does such a good job on its non-combat systems. Like, the fact that even like in the player's guide, it's like combat is a last resort. You are very fragile. I just think that coming up with creative solutions, and the fact that like you can still have you can have partial successes with consequences, or I like when something was going to go wrong, I was scared and excited for it. And I have to say, like, as a player, I can't remember the last time that I felt that actual existential fear of what is going to go wrong here. It's been a while, and I'm very glad that I got to experience it with this system.
Something I don't know if we're gonna get to it, but I would like to peek behind the DM curtain and learn a little bit more about the Doom deck that you used, and some of the clocks you had going on, because as a player, I'm curious what those clocks were. What exactly was going to happen if we took too long or failed?
Yes. So let me grab those notes for you.
Exciting.
Right. Yeah. So the clocks and the Doom deck. Both are really interesting ways, very helpful ways from the GM's perspective on organizing timetables for how things happen. And I use timetables lightly because it doesn't necessarily have to revolve around a strict increment of time. It can be a narrative sense of time. So one of the clocks that I had, is this the right book? I have so many notebooks. Yes, I had some clocks here that I can show. And actually, they were all filled. Here's some circles, some shaded in circles. So we had these were the first 2 are for episode 3 and 4, the latter end of 3 and the beginning of 4, when we were at the outpost. There was I had 2 clocks set for the Genistars, the goals that the Genistars had at for this outpost, and whether or not they were going to be able to complete one or both of them, and they completed both of them. So they had 2 goals at this outpost. One was restoring power, or giving their HQ additional power by repairing and re-engaging that mini nuclear reactor. That was only a two segment clock because it didn't have as big of an impact on things going forward. the power that they had determined if the if the lights were working, if the elevator shaft was working, if the alarm system was working, if internal defenses were working. The first two you guys used pretty well to your advantage, and the latter two never really came up because you were so good at sneaking in and out of there. But because they completed their power, if you guys were detected in pretty much any way, an alarm system was going to go off and the whole base was going to be alerted. There were internal defenses, different mechs that could be, I say mechs, different little robots that could be deployed, or turrets or whatnot, opening newer sections of the facility for you guys to get lost in or whatnot. Again, just like Tullin's Haven, the Genistar Haven was a whole dungeon that I knew we were never going to get to fully explore. So I gave that a 2-segment clock, and then I also had the data clock, which was a 4-segment clock, and they had to get all the way through power before they could start filling in the data clock. That was the other 2 Genistars over on the other side of the building that you guys pretty much just left alone.
Left them alone. Yeah.
They were bringing up the computer systems and getting long-term simulation and observation data on the ecological crisis, on the growth of essence, and this outpost was running simulations on, basically, Tollin. The progression of basically what Tollin witnessed back in his haven, how essence would incrementally affect people as they were exposed to different levels of it over different amounts of time. So getting that data back allowed them to much more easily accomplish their goal if they captured Tollin. Without that data, Tollin would have had to been held and experimented on, different tests being run. But since they had that data, if Tollin was captured, they could take him straight to some little chamber they had, flip a switch, press some buttons, and there you go. The world had changed. So it rapidly ratcheted up the timetable that you would have faced if Tollin had decided to give himself over if he was captured or whatnot. Again, that didn't come up, but because those clocks were completed, it allowed me ways of making the situation more dangerous, more dire, and give you much less time to handle things. There was also a clock for the flowers, which was just which was not that was a clock for you as opposed to for the flowers. I should say it was a clock for getting past the flowers. 3-segment clock. So you needed 3 successes to get through the field of flowers. And if you didn't get a success, then you rolled a complication. That's just how the game works. So either you succeed and you progress forward, you could succeed with a complication, so you progress forward and you get a complication, or you fail, no segment goes on, and you get a complication. So there's clocks can be used both for player progression through a dangerous event or for the completion of, adversary NPC things going on.
I think that it worked out really well that it happened the way it did,
Mm-hmm.
for like that the first clocks that you were talking about, because now as we're talking in the post show, there's a really good opportunity to go back and see like, okay, well, this clock was resolved. It was filled up, and now the stakes are higher if this happens. So great. But also, it didn't happen, and that's fine too. The clocks don't always have to be something that is actively impacting what's going on in this scene right now. And I think
Mhm.
it shows that very well.
So I guess the big question I have is: have any of you played other systems that do have these kind of like clock mechanics to it? I know that I personally have. I know when I played Emberwind, that was one thing that like came up with the campaign that I played through. Is that there is a campaign clock that is constantly going on, and there are ways to add to it and subtract from it, and whatever that number is at the end of the campaign is that helps determine what kind of ending you get,
Mhm.
right? But have like any of you guys like have the rest of you played with systems that utilize any kind of like adventure clock like stars.
Blades in the Dark immediately jumps out.
Yep.
I haven't actually played in, well, not to my knowledge have I played in a game like this. I was playing in a Vampire the Masquerade game a while back, where the DM or the storyteller mentioned having like clocks where we had to get things done by, but it was never really fully divulged. And that's certainly not something that is ever present in Vampire Masquerade. That's something that the storyteller specifically wanted to do.
Okay.
But I do like DM clocks. I think they're a really great idea to most stories, is putting that time limit on the characters, on what's happening in the world around them.
Yeah. Oh, go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I was just gonna say, I think it's a very good way to add like stakes and tension to like a given scene, because when like I remember once you said that, oh, that fills up part of the adventure clock, I'm like, oh no, we gotta go faster.
Yep. Yeah, I'm a big fan of the concept of the adventure clock, and I've utilized it in a lot of different like games and systems that I've run, even when it's not like a mechanic that exists in the game for that exact reason. Either it's something you can present to the players and be like, great, they now understand that they are on a timetable, or there is an expectation of accomplish this now, or and also, even behind the scenes, without them being aware, it's a really good way to keep track of, like I mentioned before, the way that the world continues to evolve and react and exist beyond the current scene that the players are seeing or that the characters are in. It gives you the opportunity to go, this thing here is currently happening. It may not have any immediate impact on this story or this interaction or this scene or whatever you want to call it, but this is currently happening. And when this clock fills up, this will have impact on the world that may be relevant to what they're doing now, may be relevant to what they're doing later. And they may not even know for days, weeks, months that this is something that happened and is relevant. And when they finally get there and see the impact that it's had, right, or that it's even happening, and when they get there and then find out about these things, it's a really cool moment for, like I said, the world is alive, and B, for players to be able to sort of see how the choices they're making anywhere can be relevant for everything around them, even things that aren't directly tied together.
I believe it was Blades in the Dark. That was my first experience with adventure clocks a few years ago at this point. And ever since knowing anything about that game, I have used that concept, whether overtly letting my players know that it's being used, or just discreetly for my own purposes. I've used it in almost every one of my games. It's how I think about how the world progresses now, and how I think about how NPCs are accomplishing their goals. And it doesn't need to be a strict incremental interval of time. It doesn't have to be every segment is 1 hour or 10 minutes or 1 day. It can be the players chose to make this decision, so the clock goes up. And that can help you as the DM understand the pacing of events that your players are either only tangentially related to or completely unrelated to as of yet. And then when your players get to a position where they are related, or they get to a position where they can see the consequences of their actions, for better or worse, you can go back and say, this is how I was thinking, this is the clock, this is why things progressed in the way that they did. So I find it a very useful tool for even games that don't incorporate it into the rule set.
Yeah, but I also just want to give some major props to you for the fact that like that was something that was subtle that was going on. I mean, I remember you only mentioned it like a times, like, oh, like this clock has been filled, and I'm just like, okay, what happened then?
Yep.
What's going on?
And it's a great way to make the players worry, to care, to put that to flip over the little hourglass.
Well, you need something besides when you can't roll dice behind the screen, right?
Yeah, you need something
just
to play
do the
with.
dice roll and go, interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah, I think that for a narrative mechanic, it is incredibly well done in Lost Eons. I love that aspect of it. There's a lot about this game that I liked, and honestly, I think that this would be one that I would recommend to people that are newer to tabletop games. I mean, the fact it's It's more rules light. I mean, there's not so many hundreds of pages that you have to go through to understand what you're doing. And I personally love the fact there's no math.
Yeah.
I've always been more of a creative, more of a writer, not a math guy. I can do math. It's great. It's fine. Whatever. I shouldn't have to pull out a calculator though to know what I'm doing with the game. And
Yeah.
this was so easy.
More importantly, you don't need to worry about floating variables.
Oh, that's true too.
I hate floating variables.
Yeah, but and also just the fact that I mean, for us, we're not rolling more than 4 dice. Yeah, you don't get the overly exciting clicky clacks that other games can do. But the fact that I don't know, I love the dice mechanics in this game. I thought they were really well done, and I think this was my first exposure to a true partial success. I know they're really big in the Powered by the Apocalypse games that are out there. And I've yet to play one. Emphasis on yet. I'm going to be doing that hopefully soon. But I think this was a very, very streamlined version of that from what I've seen. I loved it. I really enjoyed it.
My favorite game that had that sort of system has actually been called Divinity Lost. It's the game where you don't want to roll because it punishes you harshly, but it did actually have a fail up kind of success gradient, which was really fun in my opinion.
Yeah, I think for the Powered by the Apocalypse games, one of my favorites that has that sort of partial success thing is WWWRPG. It's a wrestling tabletop game, and I'm a huge wrestling nerd, so it brings these two loves of mine together, and it's really cool how it handles that, where the partial successes are great, so this happens, but also maybe you get hurt, maybe you hurt them, maybe there's an issue with how it plays to the audience. And I really, really enjoy the way that some games, especially Lost Eons, handles that concept with the complications.
I really like the push your luck because I like the fact that none of us tried it until we got to our final episode, because that's when the stakes felt the highest, and I'm like, you have to. And if something's going to go bad, it's going bad for all of us. Let's go.
Yeah.
We also were rolling just ones constantly, so I mean,
it was that essence buildup.
Yeah, I just also just because Jack, I want to pick your brain on this because you did such a good job running this for us. I'm so curious, when we were pushing our luck, what are some of the potential? Because I know that it takes your bad consequence if you fail already, and it makes it even worse. What are some things that could have possibly happened if we had pushed our luck and still failed?
Yeah, one of the downsides of having this discussion a week later is that specifics get a little foggy, and man, it has been a week for a lot of reasons.
Okay, here, I can throw out an example for you.
Yeah.
I remember we pushed our luck when it came to our casting for our Dragon Lizard, right? So what if we would have pushed our luck and still failed there?
Right. Yes, I believe that was a 3 or... What was that? Another 5 aspect card? Spell.
That was
a big spell.
Two, right? The rewind.
Initially, it was 2 because we did rewind and then
the first dragon incident, not the fountain dragon incident.
Yes,
right.
that's what I'm talking about.
Yes, for pushing your luck there. Well, there's... Well, there's the complication for partial failure, and then there's the complication for full failure, which would have probably been different. Yes. So just to remind myself and everybody else, as far as Magic, a full success means it works exactly as intended. Partial success means that it has generally the desired effect, but also creates a complication. And then failure, there's a mishap. It's not that it just doesn't happen; it's the spell goes off, but it goes off wrong. So that was rewind and something.
Is that slow? Rewind and slow?
Rewind and slow.
Yeah,
I think
it's something like that.
Yeah, I mean that this kind of goes back to the last discussion we had about prepping for complications. A lot of it is just very in the moment. Um, if if you had pushed your luck, you did push. If you had failed in pushing your luck, the spell probably would have slowed the group, and rewind probably would have stuttered, and basically given the dragon another action, which is a severe consequence
Mm-hmm.
in a fight and a major fight. So basically, I would have come up with some sort of condition to give you guys with slow. It would have taken you instead of one action to get to the door, it would have taken you two actions to get to the door, and then the dragon would have just immediately went after you guys because you would have been caught in this kind of time stutter loop situation. So I would have been able to breathe acid on all of you and throw you across the plaza.
You were so looking forward to that.
There's a part of every GM that looks forward to their monsters
Mm-hmm.
doing cool things. I mean, they're
Oh
your
yeah.
babies, but I mean, your players are also your babies.
Yeah,
I
that's
I
actually. Oh, good.
I was just gonna say I do really like that there are complications and then there are severe complications, and I think the guidelines for that are definitely useful. There are guidelines in the player's guide. I believe it's the player's guide that has guidelines for the complications. Actually, most of the time I've just been using the reference document that I have created. Um, but I do like that there are normal complications that are things that you can fairly easily. They're gonna be a hamper. They're gonna be a problem, but they're mostly a means of continuing the narrative while ratcheting up either the difficulty or the suspense. And then I do really enjoy that there are severe complications that can kind of swing down the hammer, and they don't necessarily stop things, but they really throw up a big roadblock. They really send the players onto their heels. Uh, so it was interesting being able to play around with those. And uh, while I never want to be an adversarial GM, it can be fun every now and then to be a punishing GM.
I like personally as a player, I like that balance between difficulty and
Mhm.
not like it's hard to explain, but I like it when a fight feels good.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Not so much in the expenditure of skills, like action economy, but in the danger difficulty.
Mhm.
Oh, for sure. Yeah. One of the things that I was going to say that kind of pulls this together too is, uh, you know, as much as obviously when you're running a game, the creatures, the baddies that you throw at your players are, they're your babies. You want to have fun with them and you want to get to sort of stretch them out and make them do cool stuff. It's important to remember, and I think this is another great like GM tip, you should enjoy doing that as much as you enjoy creating situations for your players to feel like heroes, to have great moments and encounters, whether it be in combat, out of combat, social encounters, whatever it may be. You should really try and learn to have as much enjoyment and take as much pride in creating cool encounters as seeing your players succeed,
Mhm.
survive, and thrive through these encounters.
Yeah, and you should always ask yourself, is it more interesting if the players succeed or if the adversary succeeds? And of course the dice or whatever fate mechanic you actually are using, whatever randomization aspect you are using is going to kind of tell you which way that's going to go. But you should have a way that either both are going to be interesting, or a way that you could segment, sidetrack, and work with your players to be the most interesting. And it really helps to have players that think in the same lines. Is it most interesting if I succeed, or would it be more interesting if I fail? And I think that's an excellent player tip. We've had a lot of great GM tips. I think it's an excellent player tip to keep in mind that your failure should be interesting too. You should have fun, and you should still embrace and have fun with things going wrong, because I think even the word failure is problematic, because I am not a big game where failure means stop. You failed to pick the lock. Now what? The door is still locked. We can't get through the door. We can't continue. So you either have to not enter, give the action to somebody else in order to kick the door down, or go home.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I like that. I like systems that embrace failing forward if there's failure at all.
Narratively, it can be a lot more fun to describe those sort of situations as well. Like,
Yeah.
you can just say, I swing the sword and I hit the guy. But if you're swinging the sword and he's parrying and there's sparks going off your blade and you just manage to stab him at the right minute, that's a little cooler, in my opinion.
Yeah. Players, please, please, please narrate the moments where you mess up too.
Yeah.
As somebody that is also a GM, like, it is so much fun when your players are just like, no, I'm going to describe exactly how I mess up here.
Yes.
Yeah, always. It's and I think that goes a lot with the mentality of like win lose, right? And the idea of, again, failure. Failure shouldn't be, all right, well, I miss, I lose, I die, I give up, I guess. Right? It's another opportunity for something cool narratively to happen and to have that experience, because all TTRPGs really at their core are about the journey. It's about the story that you tell collectively, moving from beginning of story to end of story. And your failures, your complications, your stumbles are all part of that incredibly interesting story. And honestly, sometimes complications or failures are going to be the most interesting part
Uh-huh.
of those stories.
Mhm.
Don't be afraid to lean into those. Don't be afraid to do something with it and to make it feel relevant beyond, oh, I rolled a 1. I guess I just don't do it then. What do we do now, guys?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You roll a 1, that is a spectacular failure. Play into the spectacular. Make it spectacular. Make it interesting. Make it fun.
Yep.
I remember I was playing a Witcher campaign. I was DMing it, and I got everyone to do like the standard search roll, and 2 players failed pretty astronomically. And instead of turning it to the players that had succeeded, I turned it to the players that failed, and I said, "Why don't you see the Scoia'tael archers in the bushes? What are you doing that has you so distracted?" And it actually turned into a RP moment between the 2 of them. They were arguing about something. So that's
Yeah.
how that happened. And I absolutely adored it.
That's great. I love that.
And I think that the mechanics of Lost Eons do a very good job on being able to like allow you to really embrace that. I mean, I remember again going to the updraft segment, and we're trying to get through, those flowers, and Drake. I remember you had this moment where like you narrated the fact that like you basically like lit part of your face on fire.
Mhm.
Like,
Yes.
I think that, like, especially for people that are very narrative focused and very role play focused, I think this is probably a very good game.
Yes.
I can see this being a good game for a lot of people. Like don't get me wrong, I like combat in my tabletop games. It's fun. It can drag
Yeah.
so much sometimes though, and I'm glad that this is. By the way, combat is very deadly. Avoid it at all costs.
Mhm.
And it allowed us to like really like as players, like we got to focus on some of our strengths. Like, and granted, I might be a little biased because this is the first stream that I've actually been on, but y'all brought your A game.
Mhm.
Like I was almost crying at our finale. I'm just like, no, I'm not crying. You're crying. Shut up.
Mhm. Mhm.
And just, yeah. And like every time that we would roll those dice, it was in situations where we needed it, and the tension was so palpable to like, okay, is this going to work? Is this going to work with a complication, or is this not going to work at all? So,
Yeah.
like, just in terms of the ways to use dice in this game, perfect. I
Mhm.
loved it. Everything was great about it.
I was really I don't think we actually had a chance to talk about this because we ended after a super long session for our finale. But I was prepared for the situation where I lost both Cooper and Talon, or Daffiliria lost them, and how tragic that would be. But the also like the the need she had as a community leader to lead these people to safety. Like she couldn't go back in for Talon because of her
Mhm.
responsibilities. And just how tragic that would have been if you both went in there and did not return.
Mhm.
Oh, I was so conflicted about going back because Tolly's just like, no, like I've got something I've got to do, and that just it did not sit right with Cooper. It did not sit right with Cooper at all.
Mhm.
Yeah,
Yep.
there was it was so funny as you know, Talon does the blast and then we roll and they just go down. And it's like, okay, cool. Well, down, not dead. Great. Let's roll the scar, bleeding out. This is a beautiful ending to a heartbreaking story. And then Cooper's just like, about that.
Mhm.
Excuse you.
And I think it worked out so well that it happened to be the scenario where, well, yeah, Cooper going back was really dangerous, and it did end up making Cooper pay a huge toll in what was lost to him, and the way that he is physically changed because of it. But also, had Cooper not gone back, Colin would just be dead. And I love
Mhm.
that it worked out the way it did, where it meant so much on all parts, where Daffaleria had to sort of make that decision between these are the people I've been with, but I know what I have to be. And even if that's not taking me where I want it to take me, I know I have to do this. And Cooper being like, right, and I have to do this. I have what I came here for, but it's not right to just stop here. So I have to go back, and then Colin, making the decision that they did to be like, well, this is why I'm here, right?
It was really heart wrenching all around. Really.
You guys gave me a lot to work with.
You had to take Lily in the first episode, didn't you?
Of course. How else am I going to motivate you to go somewhere?
Yeah.
That's true. It's true, and it did a very good job.
Yeah. We're gonna dive behind the scene of the demo play of the adventure a little later. That remind me if I forget. I definitely have things, secrets to tell now that I can.
Stuff
Yeah,
and things.
stuff and things. Um, yeah. There was something else more relevant I was going to mention, and then I forgot. Because secrets just want to pour out.
Well, I can bring up one more thing
Yeah.
while you think about it if you want. Another thing that I think is worth talking about and is also kind of peering behind the curtain a little bit is, you and I spoke a little bit during the course of these games over the
Mhm.
weeks about some ideas of like where the story is going to go personally for Talon and what it means, and some ideas of how they come to the end of their story in whatever medium that is. And I think it's another really good opportunity to be like, reach out to your GM, talk to your GMs about your ideas, your desires, your expectations for your character, how they're being subverted and where they're going instead of where you thought they'd go, because it does really allow for, the GM yourself, and even if you want to talk to some of the players at the table, to come together and make this really cool, almost directed narrative without taking away agency.
Or spontaneity without taking away that organic feel to it. You can say,
Yep.
"Hey, I think it would be interesting if this happens. Here's why. Here's where I'm coming from," and then you can bounce that back and forth between player and GM and get some really interesting things. Because I got a lot of great ideas from talking with Drake here for where Tolan was going to go, and even playing around with other aspects of how the Genistars were going to interact with certain things. I had some great conversation with I think each of you for interesting things that were going to happen. I have some secrets to tell about Lily. There was this whole very potentially very heavy goal that Daffaleria had in mind. I should say that Zoe had in mind. Uh, so we'll loop back around to that, because what I was going to say, I made a note so I remember this time.
Nice.
This is a game that really encourages and facilitates being a good role player and a good storyteller. If you are a good role player, if you are a good storyteller, and you value those things, this is going to be an excellent game for you. But you don't need to be a good role player. You don't need to be an experienced storyteller in order to enjoy this. You just need to embrace those aspects. Because I don't think anybody starts off their gaming career or their writing career or whatever it may be. I don't think anybody starts off as a good role player, as a good storyteller. Like anything else, you have to work with it. It is an art more than it is a science. We can sit here and give you tips and tricks and whatnot, but at the end of the day, you're going to be a better role player. You're going to find it easier to get into character and understand your characters better and channel yourself through those characters better the more you do it. And you're so embrace that sort of thing. You don't need to be a voice actor or a writer or somebody who's been GMing and playing games for a decade and a half. You can pick up a game like this, and as long as you embrace it and you are willing to kind of just go with the flow of things, whether it be success or complication. And I like the word complication a lot more than I like the word failure. If you are willing to roll with successes and equally complications and play that narrative game of catch between players and between the player side and the GM, you're gonna get a lot out of this game.
So rewarding.
And playing a game like this is a perfect way to get that experience to become a better role player.
Yeah, I really do think, just as with the way that the mechanics of the game work, I think that it gives you every tool and opportunity that you need to like really start kind of like fleshing out, especially just when it comes to like those complications.
Mm-hmm.
It's very easy to get a success with a complication in this.
Yeah. If you can't embrace complications, this is not the game for you. Any roll between 1 and 5 is a complication, and standard dice pools are d6s. It's only when you start getting really good at things, when you put a lot of points into skills, that you're going to have a d8 or a d10. Daffaleria had a d12 on channel, but at the cost of that, she was not really good at most other things. She went heavy into channel, so she could roll those magic successes, but you make her lift something. I think you tried a couple times to do other things, and I think actually you succeeded. But
Yeah.
there's more often than not you're going to get a complication whether you succeed or not. So you have to embrace
I would like
it.
to say, on more than one occasion, that D12 betrayed me as well.
That is
Like,
true.
it did not roll higher than a 6. So, I mean, it's all probability, right?
Mhm.
But I had a better chance at channeling than literally anything else.
Mhm.
Can we talk about the fact that like we had like the most like physically inept party I think that I have ever seen?
Yeah.
I had like a D4 in muscle. Like basically if you're like, oh, give me this physical check, I'm like, oh, this is not gonna go well. Soul die, do not let me down.
Mhm.
Yeah, I had a D4 in muscle until I mutated, and then it became a D6. So hooray!
I had a D6 in reflex. But that was it.
Yeah,
We were not well equipped for physical labor.
Yeah, physical stats in you guys were not great, and I understood that, and likewise you guys understood that, and you embraced that, and you found ways to get around problems that others would have just beaten on until they were resolved. I loved the way you got to the Zephyr gondola, Zeppelin, whatever you want to call it. There could have been, I can think of plenty other parties who have just been like, okay, this is clearly a combat encounter. Let's roll initiative. Let's punch on these guards until they drop, and then we can go into the next zone. But you guys were like, no, we can't punch things. I mean, you went up and grabbed the rifle, you hit something, and
I got
you were
punched.
hit back for it. And you realized in a straight punching contest you were not going to succeed, so you embraced that, and it encouraged you to use your other two skill areas, technical and mental, to find a honestly more interesting way around that problem. Likewise with the flowers, you guys didn't just start hacking through a field of dangerous flowers. You found way more interesting ways to go about that, and the game encourages that.
If I was playing the scrapper like I initially thought I might try to do, I probably would have, honestly. But I'm like, no, I want to challenge myself to play something a little bit more interesting. I think that's where like the Salvager was. It was a lot of fun to play.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, and for anybody following along, all of those character sheets, you can kind of see them scrolling by on the text window down there. But they are also available on our support sites if you want to see what their characters, how they were mechanically created, and more importantly, a little bio of each of the characters. And there are some things in there that tie in really well with the events of the story, and a lot more nuanced things that really help define who these characters were. Anyway, let's see. I think this has been a great discussion so far, and it was a seamless transition from themes, tools, rules, talking about all of this. Do you guys have any? What are some topics you guys want to bring up? Maybe more specifically about the system itself, and then we can get more into the story and behind the scenes and my secrets. Is there anything I'm missing, I should say?
From my point, I don't speak for everyone here, but I do feel as though we touched on a lot of the system mechanics and stuff like that. I don't have any further thoughts beyond what we have discussed.
Yeah, I'm in the same place.
I actually just had one really quick note in regards to equipment, because I think that at character creation, I think that and I know a couple of us. Did we all just random roll for the stuff that we were carrying?
There was like one or two things that I saw on one of the tables and was like, I would like to have this because I think it would be really, really cool and fitting. But other than that, I did roll for a lot.
Yeah, I think that like even just the fact that like the equipment was very story focused. I mean, that's where we came up with the whole concept of Lily in the first place, which is like the main big thing for my character. And that all just came because of a love letter that I had in my possession, like starting out. I thought that was really cool. I just like the fact that even when it comes to picking the equipment, like it encourages you to think from a narrative standpoint compared to combat. Like I'm going to just refer back to D&D. Most of what you're picking is stuff you're going to be using in battle.
Right. And you look at price and weight and availability and damage values and armor values and all that kind of stuff. This game doesn't really have that. You get a cool name, you decide what it does. Or it's a conversation about what it does.
Yeah, I really like that. I thought it was
Same.
I like the equipment system. I would be very interested to see like how making another character, like how would that change the story of that character?
Yeah.
And I really like the idea of a supply die, so you don't have to track every little arrow that you fire. You don't need to track every use of a specific component. You have this until you either mess up, or I mean, it's a chance. Some items are going to have more uses. The die is bigger for anybody just following. The supply die could be anything from a D4 to a D12, I think. It might go all the way up to a D20. This game doesn't really use D20s. But if you roll a 1, the supply die decrements until it's gone. And that determines how many uses of a particular item you have. There are some items like kits, as we saw with the crafter's kit, that if you roll a complication, it just immediately goes away. But I like the supply die for things, consumables, that you would otherwise have to track or hand wave away. I know so many groups who refuse, either the GM or the player side refuse to track ammunition, refuse to track spell components. I come from a different mindset in that, but this allows you to abstract that in a way where you still it's still a thing the players have to worry about, the characters have to worry about. If you completely hand wave away ammunition, you never get the narratively tense moment of, this is my last arrow. Is this shot worth it? But instead of having to be like, okay, I got 20 arrows, I fired, that's 19, or I attacked twice this turn, that's okay, I'm down to 17. You just have this supply die, which I think is a really useful way of keeping the tension there without having to create a spreadsheet.
Yeah, I already am planning to implement the supply die in some other games that I've played through and looking to run again as just an easier way to do that, because I don't like removing the potential for that, like, this is my last arrow, this is my last bullet, I have to make this matter. But yeah, it gets really tedious for you as the person running the game, for the player running the character, to constantly be taking care of that. And even if you're going to do that thing that some GMs do where you're like, all right, well, you can like roll to try and get some of your arrows back at the end or whatever, that can also get really tedious.
That's
Every
just
time you
another
have an
step to
encounter, you're
bog
going
down
to do that.
combat.
Exactly. Yeah. And the supply die is such a cool way to handle it, and the fact that, like, even when you hit a d4 and you roll a 1, you're not done yet. That's when you hit that narrative, like, tense moment of, I have 1 left, gotta make it count. And I really like that, and it's something I plan on implementing in a lot of games, even if it's not like a core mechanic moving forward.
It's a good idea.
I just like the fact that this game is also giving all of us like ideas on how to implement some of its features into other games.
Yeah.
That's my favorite thing about exploring new games and new systems, is being able to get a new perspective of how things are run, whether it be a narrative perspective by exploring different genres, whether it be a mechanical perspective by exploring different ways of randomizing action through different types of dice, whether it be 1d20 or 2d20 or 3d6 or fistful of dice, whatever it may be, and then getting extra tools to be able to utilize things. That's why I like making the distinction between rules and tools, because there's rules that are heavily codified into the mechanics of the game, and then there's tools that you can kind of extrapolate from them and use them as you see fit in other areas. You can use adventure clocks in D&D. You can use supply die in D&D for, as we just said, for arrows, for components and whatnot. You get a lot of new perspectives, and you get a lot of extra tools to allow you to better facilitate doing cool things in other games.
Yeah, and I think I'll be the first to admit that this might come off a little bit like pretentious, but I think it's really important to remember, both as a GM and as a player, that you're always going to be learning. You're a student at all times. No matter how long you've been doing it, no matter how many games you've played and systems you've experienced and tables you've been at, ultimately, you will always be in a position to pick up something you didn't know before and find a way to utilize it. Whether it be like here, where there are tools that we're going, hey, we're going to take these and we're going to use them in other games because they're great. Or if it's the exact opposite and you go, I like this game, but this mechanic is not something I enjoy. And so now going to other games, I can try and avoid things that come close to this mechanic because I already know that I don't like the impact it has on the game. But there's something you can learn from pretty much every game, every system, every set of like people that you share a table with, no matter the role that you're in. As a player, as a GM, even as a spectator, there's never a shortage of things you can learn from people and games. And it's so important to remember that.
Yeah, I can confidently say that I've learned something new from every new game I've played, and from every new group I've played with. New perspectives. And from watching new games. I know it can be daunting to pick up a new game. I know it takes time, especially doing it on your own. I know if you've only played one game, if your group has only played one game, convincing other people, a group mentality to switch to a new game, or going out and looking for other groups can be daunting, but I highly recommend it. You get so much out of it. You get new perspectives on how things run. You meet new people. You embrace new ways of doing things. It's just a great time, and that's one of the reasons I'm doing this show, RPGs Uncovered, is because I know it's difficult. So I want to help make it quicker for you to learn new games, provide you tools, whether it be these discussions or the tutorials or whatever handouts I may make to facilitate learning new games, because I think you get so much more out of learning new games and playing new games, and even playing new games wrong. There is no problem with playing a game incorrectly if you are having fun with it.
Yeah, I wouldn't even say that you're playing it incorrectly at that point.
Yeah.
Even if you're changing half the rules to a system or throwing out the things you don't like or understand, as long as what you get is a cohesive narrative experience that you all enjoy, you're doing it right.
Yeah.
There's no wrong way to play a tabletop as long as you're not being, a jerk or exclusionary, or
Yeah.
in any other ways that you should already know you shouldn't be doing.
Yeah. I think that's an excellent little bow to tie on this rules tools theme discussion. So how we let's actually, because it's about that time. I'm gonna say let's take a break. We're gonna go get up, stretch, grab a drink, whatever it need be. You guys in the audience, go do the same. This has been an excellent discussion of this system in particular, and just through going about it, I think we got a lot of great GM and player tips out of it. I think this is going to conclude the full system analysis. We'll still probably talk about some nuances of things that came up as it relates to the story, but we're going to take a quick break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about Genistar, Lost Eons Genistar, the demo play miniseries itself, talk about the characters, talk about how things went, especially in that final episode, and I got some secrets to divulge. So if you've been following along with the demo play, definitely stick around. And even if you haven't, I mean, it could still be interesting. You'll still probably learn a lot of, like I said before, new perspectives. So go somewhere, but make sure to come back. We'll be back in a few minutes. Welcome back to the People's Ascension for our season finale of RPGs Uncovered Season 3, featuring Lost Eons. We covered the full system analysis of this amazing Solarpunk TTRPG in the first half of our show here. If you missed any of that, including the technical difficulties that we had to experience, you will find all of that talk, including the stuff that was missed here on Twitch because of that, over on our YouTube when this video is posted in a couple days, because Twitch rules. For now, we are coming back from our break to talk more specifically about Lost Eons Genistar, the story that I particularly ran in this game. So we are going to be talking. We're going to be talking about that. We're going to be talking about story, about character insights, and I get to divulge some secrets, which is my favorite thing to do. It's my favorite thing to do in these final after show, after series talks. I get to divulge my secrets. That's something I love doing that I don't get to do enough in my longer format games, because they just keep going and you have to hold on to your secrets in case you ever loop back to it. But we're done. This is the end. It's sad, but it's the end, so I can divulge all of my secrets. Let's jump into that discussion, though. Lost Eons Genistar. I think I'm going to start this the same way I start any of our after shows, if you call it on our support sites. Series as a whole. Did you guys enjoy it? Did we have fun?
Yeah, absolutely. It was a blast. The story beats were powerful, meaningful, emotional, fun. I think those
And
are
that was
all
mostly your
some of
doing.
the
I use you inclusively, all three of you.
Mhm.
I had such a blast with this, honestly. Like I remember when you first told us that, like, oh, by the way, we're gonna be sitting down for like 5 hours. I'm like, ooh, that's a long time. And then it just went like that.
It just flies by.
It went way too fast. But I mean, as my dad always says, time flies when you're having fun.
Yep.
And I had a blast from start to finish. Even the parts where I wasn't an active participant. I mean, not like looking specifically at our first episode, and like, I got maybe a third of the screen time there.
Mhm.
I was so entranced by what was going on with Daffleria and Talon. I was like, I have to know more. It was so good.
That
It's a
was
very impactful first episode.
not. This is complimenting you guys, but and not to put any negatives or qualifications on any of my other games or other series, but the first episode of this show of Genistar was probably my favorite opening to a game
So
Aw.
far.
so far.
So
far.
Yeah.
But having everybody in 3 different locations all come together through their own very personal journey and then meeting up to have a very personal discussion about coming together was, I mean, all of the beats hit. Your characters, progressed and were placed into the world and progressed through the world and came together in such an organic and interesting and really enjoyable way for me.
I want to circle back to the question. I had a great
Yes.
time. My favorite thing of playing a new game, learning a new system, meeting new people, making new friends. You get those two things, you put them together, and you cannot go wrong.
Mhm.
Really great time. I loved everyone's characters. I love the storytelling. It was just fun. So thank you, all of you.
And it did such a great job of presenting some of the really important, powerful concepts that made the series as a whole, as we saw each of these characters introduced and what their personal journeys were and what their struggles were, what's important to them, and how they were going to have to learn how to get where they needed to go. And I thought that was done so well, and that's I think something that says a lot about not just us as the players, but also you as the GM, just knowing where to sort
Yeah.
of add a little bit of direction and nudging without taking the narrative away, which is another really important thing to keep in mind,
Yeah.
especially with narrative heavy games like this.
Mhm. Yeah, especially with heavy topics, player agency is key. They need to be able to take in that heaviness, process it in their own way, and throw it back to you in their own way. and you guys did an amazing job with that. I was completely awed by the tragedy in Tollin's section, seeing all of that moving through the haven. I was it with the tree scene for Daffyleria, that was just so evocative and again all inspiring. Really, that was such a magical scene, and of course, so moved and heartwarming and just awe that was Cooper and Lily. So each of
Very
these
cute.
three openings had such impactful emotional resonance in three completely different ways.
Yeah.
But we've talked about the opening before on our after show for the first episode. Looking at the season as a whole again, um, I mean, all I would say is I wish we had more time, and I think we could all say that, because there are so many other things I would have loved to incorporate, and so many things that I would have loved to expand on that I had to either cut or shorten down. But we really had to squeeze things in there, especially in the last two episodes. But I don't think there's anything I could have cut from this entire series. I don't think there's any extraneous bits that could be removed. I don't think there's any time where it felt bogged down or trudging. Everything was meaningful and impactful in a narrative progression sense.
Well,
How
I just well along those lines though, I'm curious, like what is some of the stuff that like you did have to cut in that case?
oh boy, okay. I mean, if you've taken a look at the map that I've released for this game, if I can go back to that asset, Genistar, where's my map? Yeah, let's see here. I mean, obviously, there's so much to the world that we created. I had to, because of all of the amazing roleplay, I did have some plans for the travel from Harvest through through Granmal and into Zephyr. I completely cut Granmal. You guys went around it. There was always going to be Genistar presence there, but I ramped it up higher than it was going to be to encourage you to go around it because we did not have time to go through it.
Yeah.
So we could have seen more of Granmal. There was another small village out of the way there. There's that whole swamp down to the southwest. There was going to be towards the last episode, if we had time, there was going to be actually navigating through the ancient city, the ruins of the city, sort of like a multiple skill challenge, kind of scene to find where the Genistars more specifically were, to get around the patrols, to find more information, deal with the hazards of moving through a decrepit ancient city. Is there anything else? I can go back and look at my my initial outline. Different encounters that didn't really come up. I contemplated cutting the red walking flowers completely, but then I decided against it because I liked the idea. um, I was even going to more specifically encourage you guys to in the outpost, remind you guys, hey, there's these other two in the building that are going to complete a job if you don't deal with it. But that was the last episode. By the time you were done talking to that one guy, we were already like an hour and a half in, and we still had to get to a conclusion. So you guys were like, yeah, we're leaving, and I was going to be like, there's the other two guys there. They're doing something important. You should probably check that out. And then I looked at the clock. Okay, you leave.
You're like, yeah,
and I'm gonna
fine.
fill in this adventure clock.
I will say I did have an idea on how to deal with them, and it would not have been pretty. I had the fuse spell
Oh,
ready to
no.
go.
Makeshift Etten, let's go.
Either that or I would just like fuse their feet to the floor or something.
Yeah.
Like, you know.
Mm.
Yeah. Oof.
Yeah, and of
the
course,
two become one.
Yeah. And of course, both of the havens, Tullin's original Haven Corp haven and the Gene Star Bioindustries haven, could have been a lot more. They were both like actual dungeons with rooms and different encounters that you could have explored through. I knew while I was making them we were not going to get to almost any of it. But that's that backbone that I like to have. So even though we didn't get to any of the other varied places in there, I kind of knew generally where you were going to have to move through and what sort of resistance you were going to come across if you didn't roll a resounding success on both your infiltration and exfiltration. There was one thing I cut in the last episode. This is one of my secrets that I'm going to throw out to you guys. There was one thing that I did cut because it didn't come up narratively in the way I think would have been helpful, and I don't think we really had time. If you guys had gotten into trouble getting to the location where all of the hostages were being held, Lily, I planned on making her a shifter.
Ooh.
That would have been cool.
And
Super
she
cool.
was going to rescue you guys. She was going to break out and rescue you guys if you got in over your head. And that would have been a whole thing.
And that's why she's the love of Cooper's life.
Yep.
Nice.
But again, you guys rolled a resounding success on both getting in there and getting out of there. That she didn't need to do that. I didn't think there was any reason to bring it up at that point. And I didn't want to take anything away from Cooper's heroic save the princess moment.
Like the one time he actually had a spine in most of the campaign.
I don't know. Cooper ran up on
Yeah.
that guy with the gun.
Yeah.
Yeah, he was distracted. It's fine. Distracted and threatened with a pistol. I mean, it's fine.
Mhm.
Yeah. I liked Cooper. I also liked Tullin, so really no complaints here.
I
All the
loved our
characters,
entire
yeah.
cast. Like everybody was so good in this. Tonk
Tonk
was
is
MVP
great.
though.
I love Tonk.
Definitely. Big shout out to Tonk. Tonk was awesome. I think maybe one of my favorite moments from these games is just watching you just operating your chair.
Yeah.
Absolutely loved that.
This is why I like on-camera work. I'm not a big... I personally, there's nothing wrong with them. They are a great medium. I personally am not a big fan of podcast because I really enjoy the visual aspect of it. I have minor hearing problems, so I sometimes rely on reading lips. I put a lot of... I read body language to get things that aren't said. I can see if people are bored or if they're confused or if they have something they want to say that you just don't get from, doing these things without video. And I get to do theatrics like that, which helps me get into character.
Yeah, but it's funny that you bring it up because it's something that was a big issue for me at first when it came to the idea of playing online. I, for so many years have been playing at tables and running tables, and it's this thing where, especially when you're playing with people you don't know very well, because I used to run games out of shops, you really have to be able to pick up on body language and facial expression to tell, where you want to like lead their characters and how you want to interact with them, what they enjoy, what they don't enjoy. And I was really expecting to have a much harder time when I first got into like playing online and running games online and being in games online for that reason. But it really has been so great to see where you can put different emphasis when you're playing online, even with just voice versus playing at a table. But yeah, with like the cameras and everything, it really does add so much more depth than you would get if you're just doing a podcast.
Completely
And then
agree.
there's like conscious differences, you like changes you have to make to run like podcast games that you're going to present to an audience as opposed to when you run games like this.
Yeah. And I think it's more impactful, again, at least to me, to be able to see the organic changes in people's nonverbal communication, as opposed to having to really remind your cast and remind yourself as the GM that for a podcast you need to verbalize those things instead of just looking at the camera. I would have to internalize that, okay, this is what the person is feeling. How do I the Genistar Knight looks upon the scene in awe and confusion, questions himself momentarily before staring back at you in determination for his calls. It can be done, but you lose that organic feel to it, in my mind.
As someone who worked on podcasts for over a year, there's benefits and there's downfalls to it. I do like podcasts as a really good way to build tension, because you do get that moment of stillness where there's no one speaking. It can be really impactful as long as that doesn't drag on, as opposed to I find streaming visually, everyone's it's less serious, everyone's having a good time, you can see the smiles sometimes, and it's a different mood. So if you like podcasts, I find really lend well to the horror vibe, specifically. So that's just my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, that's not me bagging on podcasts. They're great.
Oh, I didn't think so.
Yeah, and it's a lot easier to listen to a podcast in a car on a drive than watch a stream.
Yeah, and I'm gonna be honest, like I tend to actually prefer like listening to mine in podcast format, but that's also because like I am like the definition of squirrel brain. If I see like bright and shiny colors going on, like I can't do anything if a TV is like on in the background, because I will literally stop what I'm doing and just watch it. Very, very bad habit of mine, but for me it's easier to just put in a podcast. I got my headphones in, I can still keep going and doing whatever the task is at hand. But I do definitely agree that there is that visual element, and like I mean, I'm not a great voice actor. Like I have a couple of silly voices that I like to do, which is where like even just like subtle changes, like half the time I was talking as Cooper, I would intentionally like hunch because that's what Cooper does. But I also still just remember like Drake, your face when we talked about the air spirit was absolutely priceless, and I was like, okay, yeah, this is one of those moments that you would not be able to capture, like
in voice, yeah,
in just an audio format. It was so spectacular. I love that. I'm just like, I think we broke him a little bit.
Yeah.
Can 100% relate to squirrel brain, so you're not alone there.
Yeah, I'm weird in that regard. I need multiple stimuli at once. I need something visual and I need something auditory, and they don't need to be the same thing. It usually helps if they're not the same thing.
Yeah, I'm the exact same way. I've spent I think for me it's just this thing where because of the way that my brain works, I have to have multiple things happening at once or there's just not enough going on.
Yeah. Yep. Well, to loop this back around to our discussion of Genistar, we briefly touched on it before, but well, the core of it, Genistar, the Genistar Knights. I'd love to hear your thoughts on the Genistar as an adversary faction, and how they were presented.
I have lots of thoughts, but I would like to actually like take a step back. I want to hear from you first.
I was gonna say I really love complicated villains. I especially love it when you take villains or opposition and immediately present them as this incredibly either powerful or negative force, and kind of force the characters and the players to perceive them as such, and then to begin to unravel the cloth that is okay, but despite how you first met them, they're not just bad guys. There's so much nuance to it, and it's so interesting to learn and see, and again be sort of incentivized to not be like, all right, well, we're gonna go kill as many of them as we have to and get to where we need to go and do what we have to do. And I think
Mhm.
that they were put together really well for that. Their first introduction of just again being this overwhelming force of violence and terror and hate was perfect, and then having to sort of build up to that sort of personal connection at the last episode
Mhm.
was
Well,
really good.
I could say exactly when that switch flipped in the first episode. When I took the mask off of the first Genistar and I described how scarred they were, I saw Zoe go, "Aww."
Nope.
Mhm.
I knew exactly what was happening immediately, and that kind of like if I can take the moment here, um I felt sorry for them the whole
Mhm.
way through. Sorry for them for what they were doing to themselves. Sorry for them for their ideals. Um, it was really heartbreaking, just as an enemy faction, to watch them essentially punish themselves
Mhm.
for things they had no control over, punish others for things they had no control over. But it was about that for them. It was trying to find that control, and they were grasping at straws, I want to say. But yeah, that my whole vibe with them all the way through was like I felt bad for them, and that is part of the reason why Daphne Leary took that stance of like I want to give them a better life.
Mhm.
Because nobody should live through life hating themselves as much as the Genistars did.
Yeah. In that last episode, there's so many parties who would have just kicked in the door and shot him in the face or knocked him unconscious and
Mhm.
tied him up, gagged his mouth, and went on their business. But we had,
Mhm.
it's like everything else, an amazing role play experience and heartwarming, heart wrenching discussion about what it is to be human and be yourself and be accepting of yourself and of others. It was a beautiful moment and a beautiful conversation, beautiful role play. And I was looking at the clock as that went on. I'm like, okay, this conversation is taking a while, but it's too good to stop.
Yep.
For Tolan, there was a lot of really interesting dynamic between them and the Genistar, where again that moment in the first episode where we kind of get an idea of what's really going on, and it's this mixture of frustration where Tallinn, who up until this point had understood there are these weird monster people who seem fine, sure, but then also these people who might have more answers, be like me, and that gets taken away, and it's hard to not already go from so hopeless that you have to lie to yourself to keep moving forward to seeing potential hope even in something dark to then having that ripped away too. And it was something that really followed them until that last episode, with having that conversation and having to sort of take up the stance of being like, no, this is not what is or what should be. The way things are now is what we need and what they need, and that's what ties us together. And I think that was a really important and powerful moment for Tallinn to sort of bring that all together.
And I really liked that I could see, and I think it was very well portrayed. Uh, Tolan's Tolan could understand where they were coming from. Tolan,
Oh yeah.
if they hadn't had gone on this journey with the Star Wars and see the things that they could do and that they were still people and have the conversations that they had and see how these people interact in such a positive way, in such a human way. Tolan, I could see Tolan if the Genistars just rolled up to the Haven Corp Haven without blowing up Harvest beforehand, and we're just like, hey Tolan, you want to remake the world in your image? Yeah, these people are freaks.
Yeah,
But we
yeah,
saw that
100%.
transition. Yeah. What was that like for you playing through that transition?
Cool. I remember the first episode ending, and one of the first thoughts I had was, I gonna be a bad guy? because it really is this thing where, you know, they've just been through this really traumatic experience, all three of them, and having to kind of come together. Sure, there's some level of like trauma bonding and being able to share through that experience, but at the same time, yeah, there's these other people who are really potentially an opportunity to get back any sense of normalcy that Tallinn now has just lost all of in a split second, literally the blink of an eye, and everything is gone. And here are these people who go, our goal is to bring back what you knew. And it's really hard to say no to that. And then, you know, even sort of as the story played out and being put in that position, there's a moment as Tallinn is talking with the high professor and all of the Genistar, and even just when they get down into the second haven, where it's hard to not at least think about
Hmm.
that, right? What if maybe there's something they could do with the people that are left behind? What if there is a way to help the people who are not, who are still here, and to fix what has happened? Because how can you not have those thoughts and how can you not consider that? And it was a really hard struggle for Tallinn for a long time, but having the incredibly supportive and protective and human companions that they did really went a long way towards that moment that was, as a player, maybe I had kind of settled on it, but Tallinn had definitely not, until that moment at the end where it was the only way that anyone, them specifically, but also for themselves, are going to see that this is okay, is to embrace it. And so that's what we're gonna do. And that was a really powerful moment for them and for me as a player.
Mhm. For the other two, the Star Words, your own experience playing through characters that were very different, but were used to being different. What was the journey like on your end?
I think especially when it came to like the first contact with Genisar Knights, like Cooper was very confused just because like it was the first time he'd been targeted because he was different. Because like everybody, like we had determined that like everybody in Harvest, like they accepted one another. Like
Hmm.
this is just how it was, and I think that was a very shocking moment for Cooper. And then like once they took something important to him, like there was a lot of rage there. It was just kind of constantly boiling under the surface, and then just seeing like how the Genistars kind of like ruined the things that he was excited about. Like there was a lot of pain that he was experiencing,
Hmm.
and I almost made a very bad decision when we were dealing with that one Genistar night in the finale. Like I almost attacked him.
Hmm.
Like I was
I
I
saw
was
that.
going to
Yep.
attack.
Yep. Yeah, that was I mean that was Daphileria keeping the reins on that situation because
Yes.
you were ready to fight and he was ready to antagonize you.
Yeah, I'm very glad that the other two kept a very level head, actually being like philosophical and appealing to humanity. I'm just like, nah, this guy deserves it.
And I really liked the arc that Cooper went in being unsure of himself and his abilities and to being down on himself when he failed to that point where it looked like you were just going to boil over and then your sister stepped in and helped you with that and
Yep.
moved you to a point, and I could see the transition where you guys played off of each other, especially Cooper and Daphileria, but Tolan in there as well, to the point where we got to the end and Cooper was more confident and more heroic and more taking charge, more sure of your abilities and willing to take more risks.
I also really love that. I feel like given time, a lot more time than the 4 sessions we had,
Yeah.
I would have really loved to see the relationship between Cooper and Daphileria really flesh out. Unfortunately, that's that's the problem with
Yep.
games. Is you start a game with the intention of making two characters siblings, and we haven't had the benefit that Daffaleria and Cooper would have had of just years of knowing each other.
Mhm.
But I think we did really well with what we had. When I initially made the character, I had not intended to make like this guardian figure. She was supposed to be more whimsical,
Yeah.
but it just kind of like when I was writing out her backstory, it fell into place that way, and I liked the dichotomy between Daffaleria, who was very like she had to be stoic for her village. She had to do things a certain way. Cooper did not have to do this, and he got to tinker. He got to embrace the things that interested him. And she absolutely adored her little brother for this. Like she enjoyed watching him grow as a person, as that sort of thing. So that would be my take on their relationship. And even in the end, that was still the case. Like maybe throughout their lives she had been a guiding force, teaching him. But during that scene in particular where Cooper was about to lose his temper, and she kind of coaxed him, that it makes me think about how their life went before then, before this trouble with the Genistars.
Yeah. And just in terms of backstory, like Cooper really looked up to his sister. Like that is the older sister, and like I mean, she took charge. She helped save him when the Genistars first attacked too. Like, yeah, and I remember in our post show you talked about how like you're like, I hope I didn't come off as bossy. I'm like, no, like like Cooper froze.
Mhm.
Like he needed that guidance.
Yeah, I do worry about that sometimes because I did really take control. I think first episode, and I was worried that I had stepped on toes, but it seemed like everyone was cool.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No,
And
that was exactly what Cooper needed. Big sister.
yeah,
Mhm.
yes.
I like
and
that.
one thing that I think was really great for Tollan was because prior to now, like Tollan's in their backstory, their family had not been particularly great, and they had a pretty toxic upbringing. And this was one of the first times outside of the relationship that Tollan forged for themselves
Mhm.
later in their life. This is the first time that Tollan really got to experience a healthy family dynamic, which also went a really long way towards sort of ingraining them in this group.
Yeah, you bring that up. All three of you had great backstories and great understandings of who your characters were. Briefly as you want, really, and we have an hour. How what was the process of character creation with a lowercase c, coming up with who you were and understanding how they fit into the world, how you're going to play them?
If I might start this,
Yeah.
it all spiraled out of control when, or rather in control, when it was stated, I think in the character creation, one of the sheets said that seers are kind of like outside of society. They are kind of not viewed with suspicion, but they are often seen as loners because of what they do. That is what kind of made the spiral of, well, she's been trained for this. She's been locked in a mage tower, quote unquote. And this is kind of her role in the community. Never really getting to express herself, not really having any kind of expectations put on her beyond do the magic. Uh, it's hard to find your identity in all of that. And the scene with the tree at the beginning, I imagine that was the only time she really got to like experiment with her abilities beyond her duties in the village, and that's kind of like it was that one little keyword that made me kind of develop this entire story.
Very nice. Thoughts from you other two? Building your backstory, building your character, going on that journey.
I mean, I'm gonna be honest. Just when it came to building out Cooper, like I wanted a little bit of a blank slate to work with, just because a lot of the ideas came from when we were doing our collaborative world building, and then when I decided to like sit down and make the character sheet, I actually took a lot of influence from what do I have in my equipment, and that's where we mentioned earlier that's where the interest in having like this I don't know like how to describe like longtime crush, and finally it's just like I've written this letter. I want to take this to Lily, I'm gonna give it to her, and like that was like that gave us the driving force to like take him on that adventure. But I was just kind of looking around in the fact that like there is a kind of archetype that focuses on looking around and being inquisitive and like wanting to like tinker with like this old lost tech, and I was like this sounds just fun more than anything. And then it gives me an excuse to just like especially like, interacting with Tallinn, because Tallinn had weird stuff that had never been seen to this world. And it would make I wanted to try playing off of the party dynamics to make it that way. Like we have this person that's like original human. It would be fascinating to my character. And I just wanted to try like playing around with that inquisitive nature more than anything.
Mm.
So Tallinn evolved a lot from like my original character concept for who they were going to be to like episode 1 happening and going from there. When I had first been looking through the book and I had seen this class that was like very empathic and had a lot of unique ways to interact with the world around them and understand things, the idea of a character that I had was pretty much exactly that, just this empath who really could feel the weight, the emotional weight of the world around them. And if essence was something that was created through these ecological disasters and through this sort of apocalypse that happened, there would be a lot of emotional resonance that just sort of was scattered through the landscape, especially in areas of high essence. And so my first thought was very much leaning into that and playing this character who was very in tune with the world around them and very often overwhelmed with the world as it presented. And then as we were going through the character creation process and we were talking about it, the idea came up of having someone who started in a vault, right, like in the Haven. And I was like, this works so well, even for that concept where it's all right. Well, they're going to be removed from the world, so it's even more of just this confusing flurry of emotions everywhere, and then waking up in the Haven would be this thing where they're just like assailed with all these just at this point centuries old feelings and emotions and fear and sorrow and excitement, and it would have been this really overwhelming thing. And then as I'm putting the character together and we're talking about character concepts and we have a basic idea of what the plot's going to be, I went, well, that's a little too in touch with what the world is now. And Tallinn has to feel like they are not part of this world at all. So a lot of that either kind of got pushed away or became a lot more subtle. Like there was when I first introduced Tallinn and we're having that scene where they come out of the cryopod and they hit the floor, and there's just that overwhelming emotion that's both their emotion and the emotion of the world around them, and it doesn't get explored too deeply because that's not the point of their story anymore. And so I knew going into that I needed to find something that felt a little bit more down to earth and a little more close to home, as we would refer to it now. And I'm like, okay, well, I also have to make sure that this isn't the first time that Tallinn has ever experienced trauma, because especially with the kind of trauma that this is, that's completely like backbreaking. This is crippling, and they have to be at least prepared to lie themselves through curling up into a ball
Mm.
here and waiting to die. And so the easy thing to do here, I felt like, was to give them kind of a place in the world before, where even potentially their family played a role in the world becoming what it was through
Mhm.
being part of this like off-world shipping company that had a hand in, you know, making some of the unfortunate and terrible things happen, and having a mother who was always kind of bitter over Tallinn being this still sort of she would call them their human lie detector, right? In a world where there's so much politicking and fake nicety, this kid was just like, I don't get this, and I think it's dumb. and I'm going to say something about it. And so it created this really bad relationship between them and their mother, where it was always something that they were taught was wrong. And eventually they had to just step away from all that and go, I have to make the conscious decision to go out and find something better and be better and not continue this cycle. And so they did. And eventually they, get married and they have their daughter. And so now when they wake up and there is all of this sort of echoing weight around them, they are at least equipped enough to go, I understand where I am right now. And I understand that I have to make the conscious decision to do this, no matter what
Mhm.
it takes. And in this instance, it was, lying to themselves and going, okay, I have to save her. So that's what we're going to do.
Yeah, that was a
And
very
that's,
that was a very
oh,
important conversation that we had about before even episode one, about making your character and how they were going to progress out of the Haven, because you brought up that you wanted to have a family, that you wanted to have a husband and a daughter, and that you wanted them there, and that you wanted them to not have made it. And my immediate thought was no. How do I do that to somebody and have them not just
yeah.
curl up back in their pod and wait to die? So I was very concerned from a narrative perspective how we were going to navigate that heaviness. And we had that conversation, and by the end of that we had a lot of great ideas about how to explore that and how you processed that through Tallinn and the various means that you had. And I trusted you to, at that point, to go through with such a heavy opening scene, and it really paid off.
And I deeply appreciate the trust to kind of do that and the
Mhm.
opportunity to explore it.
Yeah, that's another perfect example of why you should prevent yourself from just outright saying no. You should really work with your characters, and if they need some guidance to push them in a particular direction, or if you need some guidance to be pushed in a particular direction, you should embrace that, because you get awesome stories. On the completely opposite end of the spectrum, towards the end of the show, I had a conversation with Zoe, a brief conversation with Zoe about something she wanted to, what Daffiliria wanted, if it should come up. Do you want to expand on that?
Yes. Well, my thought was it would be an after story kind of thing, because we promised to go and help Tallinn deal with the vault after we had rescued our friends, which is a promise we didn't get to really deliver on. Maybe an epilogue that was sneaked in. I didn't notice it, but my intention through the last episode initially was to save all of my magic, to not use any of it, so that I could use it to try and bring Tallinn's child back to life. It's not something that I know if I could do, but it was something I could have tried.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that was gonna have serious consequences. Uh,
Oh,
like it would have been
Oh,
we would have started from the perspective of the level of consequences if you had pushed your luck, because that's a
Mm-hmm.
big ask, bringing somebody back from cough centuries ago.
yeah.
um, could have gone real bad, especially because from a narrative storytelling perspective, I do have a soft spot for the life for a life, you bring one in, you take one out.
Mm-hmm. Um,
I
but
would not have liked that.
I also, by the time the end rolled around, I felt it would have cheapened Talon's experience to do
Yeah.
this.
Mm-hmm.
So, as nice of a gesture it would have been, Talon. That was my tummy growling. I'm so sorry. Um, Talon would have everything he worked for, or they worked for in the last couple of days and weeks.
Mm-hmm.
Uh, Everything they would have passed, it would have not been thrown out the window. Just it would have been changed.
Yeah.
on
It
on such a fundamental level too, where oh,
Yeah, I contemplated bringing it up in the epilogue sequence, asking if that was still something you wanted to do, but I decided against it because things progressed in a way that I think was more interesting. Because we saw Tollan's resolve and acceptance of his situation in the world and what happened, and his willingness to move on. Um, so kind of bringing that back could have derailed some of that.
Yeah, I also clearly by the fact that I used all of my spells in the final episode,
Mhm.
I moved past that as well. I think it is more bittersweet in the epilogue standpoint for us to have held a funeral or something to that effect in the vault, or moved the people in the pods out and had a funeral or something like that. It would have been bittersweet, but it would have been helping Tallinn in the way they deserved or the way they may have wanted.
Yeah. I think with the way that it played out, it worked out in so much as that, at the beginning there was that whole discussion about, I will help you, but I need your help afterwards. And obviously
Mhm.
for Tallinn, that was very much the idea of saving their daughter. But at the same time, I think one of the things that happened in the epilogue was them like sealing up the haven, and I think that that was such an important moment for Tallinn because as much as it would have been this great like bittersweet moment of closure to bring out the bodies and bury them, I think accepting that this is what happened, and that it in some way had to happen the way it happened is perfect, and it was such a big
Mm-hmm.
part of Tallinn getting to make that decision in the epilogue to say, well, I'm still here and I have to make that mean something. And it can't be what's up there anymore because I always knew that that wasn't real. And now I have to accept that and act on it. And I can't keep
Mm-hmm.
pretending
Mhm.
otherwise. And I think that was really important. The other thing that I would like to say is you talked about with the spells. Um, so I think it was either the second or the beginning of the third episode when we were dealing out aspects and I got evolve. And I immediately was like, okay,
Mhm.
so here is the direction that I'm pretty sure I'm going in now. And just as aspects got dealt out, I know there was one that I got from you, Andrew, and I just started compiling them, and I'm like, how many of these can I fit into this thematic concept in the event that the opportunity arises to use it? And as the high professor concept got like dropped on us, I'm like, this has to be where this goes because it means so much. And again, there was that struggle for Tallinn getting there and doing it. But for me as a player, I was like, I'm pretty confident this is where this is going. And it was really
Mm-hmm.
cool to see how the aspects also really played into that.
The answer is all of them.
Yes.
Mhm. Mhm. Yep.
I still think it was funny though that like I was like half joking, like in the second episode, but just
Mhm.
like, well, all we gotta do is just mutate you, and it's fine, right? And then you took that to the extreme.
Yeah, like I think 2 minutes before you said that, I had written. So I keep a thing of like sticky notes near me whenever I do stuff like this, just to jot down notes on to have, and later like I convert them to digital or whatever. But like 2 minutes before you said that, I'm like, mutations question mark ruin Genistar plans question mark.
Mhm.
Then you were
I'm
like,
glad we were
"Ooh."
all on the same page.
Yeah. So I
Yeah,
thought that was really funny.
I mean with the level of religious savior archetype that the Genistars had placed on Tulin, there was really only so many ways that you were ever going to concretely stop those plans with Tulin's death, or if you ruin Tulin. Otherwise, they were just going to keep coming.
Yeah.
Yeah, I forget if it was after episode 1 or episode 2 that Jack, you and I spoke about it,
Mm-hmm.
where I was like, I see kind of where this is going, and I just wanted to make sure that we're on the same page with like, if this ends with Holland being dead, then this ends with Holland being
Yeah.
dead, and I'm so okay with that as long as it's you know a thing that matters.
Mm-hmm.
And I was all in on that being the way that things went.
Uh, so I think we've had a great discussion here. Do you guys have questions for me?
I just want to add a quick. I think it was Andrew when we walked into the last episode, the final episode, and it's like, gloves are off. Now we can die. I remember something to that effect.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I was very, very ready for that, especially because my rolls have been so bad previously.
But yeah, questions for you.
Are there things that you wish that we would have like explored more, either through roleplay or like trying to get there in the game?
I like this question.
I think one of the first things I could think of is my original idea for Cooper in the first episode was that when the Genistars attacked, you would have went to go see Tonk. That could have been a completely different scene if you didn't instead choose to go see Dathleria, which makes perfect sense. Go see your sister as opposed to go see your mentor. But that could have been one way to take it, and I was at the end of the episode really wondering if I was going to bring Tonk in, if it was narratively important, whether my own bias towards loving Tonk was, shoehorning him into the situation. I obviously did. Anything else that you guys could have interacted with more? I don't think so. Not of the things that I presented to you, because I knew if I did present them to you that you would look into them and fully embrace them, and we didn't have time for that. I will say I gave you guys the mech suit, the exoskeleton. I think it played a part in one or two roles, but it didn't really feel super impactful. But you just went a direction in which it wasn't a big deal. If you had to fight the dragon, it could have been a bigger situation.
It was pretty beneficial in knocking out that Genistar Knight that we ran into.
Yeah.
And their
And the lock.
Yeah.
Just
that lock.
Just breaking off the lock. Yeah, I knew that this was a party that did not excel in physical stats, so I wanted to give you guys a way to, because that exoskeleton pretty much would, within reason, replace your physical stats with 2d8 to allow you to actually get into fights or break doors down or stuff like that. Yeah, I don't think there's anything that you guys didn't really investigate all that much. There was definitely a lot more to the blushing pools, but we just didn't have time to cover that. And with the urgency of everything, it didn't feel narratively appropriate to have you guys go check out a resort when these religious night crazy people are running around. There was a potential to explore the big overgrown forest that you guys hid in the first night. But once again, you guys set up camp and immediately had an amazing roleplay scene. So if you didn't have that amazing, like, half-hour, 45-minute roleplay scene, there could have been other things to put the emphasis more on the location than on your story. But you guys put the emphasis on your story, and that's kind of the point.
Yeah, I'm the kind of person who, if you give me an opportunity to roleplay, I will roleplay.
Yeah. Yep.
I think that's just something that we did just as a group, honestly. And there's a small part of like, oh no, we're just too good at our jobs. Oh no, what a terrible thing.
I already brought up the big one, which was the other two Genistar Knights at the computer console on the other side of the outpost. I think that's the only thing that I was disappointed you didn't check out. And then that disappointment was immediately washed away when I looked at the clock.
That's always the bummer though. Is just that like you had so much really good content, and the thing like I think all of us have run enough games that we all that there's stuff that has to get
Mhm.
cut, especially when you are on a time limit, especially when like you're like, okay, we have 4 hours for an episode, like something's got to get cut. I was kind of curious like what might have been on that cutting board that we didn't get a chance to see.
Um, one of the big ones that comes to mind is if you look at the regional map I made. One of the things was, of course, Grand Mall. There was a possibility that episode 2 or somewhere between the latter half of 2 and the beginning of 3 could have had something to do with Grand Mall going in there and seeing the difference between how Genistar just completely swept through um, burning fields in Harvest and really hitting it hard compared to how they were very methodically um, holding a much larger town. I mean, it's not a big city as we would think today, or necessarily in a high fantasy world. But exploring Grand Mall could have been interesting. That could have been another opportunity for you to see the Genistars as more relatable, but still bad. Um, so there was some stuff in Grand Mall. By the time we got through, I did have some things planned. By some things, I had a few bullet points for things that could have happened in Grand Mall. Uh, but we didn't get there, and I knew based on the pacing and how at that point how much you guys did delve into role playing that I wasn't even going to attempt to make that an important location. So I didn't really expand on it all that much. So for the most part, anything you guys missed or decided to purposely skip, I there was enough writing on the wall for me not to spend too much time prepping. But there's Grand Mall, and there is the swamp to the southeast that I mentioned. I have this whole thing written out about how that was there's a point of interest on my map. There was a dam there, like a big electrical power facility dam there. And one of the things that happened during the ecological crisis was that dam broke, and it made that swamp. And there was there's an aqueduct there too, leading from that dam to uh, what do I call it? Ashwick, the city of Ashwick. Um, so it could have been possible, depending on pacing, because I do have quite a lot of experience with groups who are not as role play heavy as you guys are, where we could have needed to have a filler episode, whether it be exploring the swamp, whether it be exploring the blushing pools a little bit more, or the town uh, of Updraft below it. The swamp actually was a high essence concentration, but in a negative aspect. Uh, Kind of contrast Updraft, which was a high essence area with a positive aspect. I also had a note to put a really cool, powerful magic item in there. I didn't pick out what it was because by the time I knew I would have had to prep for it, I knew I wasn't going to need it, so I didn't. But I knew that was one of the locations that was detailed in the GM's tools for making a map after the collaboration to put in a place of high essence and to put in an important key item into that. But we didn't need it.
I have a question that kind of piggybacks off this, if that's okay. Was there anything that you expected us to do that we didn't do, or inversely, things that you didn't expect us to do that we did do that particularly stand out to you? How they may have impacted the story.
I've been GMing long enough. I don't make expectations of my characters, my players.
Fair.
No. You guys are going to do what you guys are going to do, and I just have to react to it.
No.
That's my philosophy. We've talked about it, so I won't harp on about it. But make a backbone, understand the foundations of the world, and you can just riff.
I wish I had that level of confidence in my prep. Like, I really wish. Like,
It
I
takes a
was
long time
in
to
a,
build,
Yeah.
I
and
was
it
in a
comes
game
with a lot of
recently.
anxiety before every single game, and you just
Yeah,
have to
without
let
a
it
doubt.
go.
Oh man.
I mean, I was in a game recently, and my players were just sitting there talking. Oh, are we gonna go to this other realm of existence? I'm like, no, you're on a dungeon. You're not going to that plane. And then there's that thought back of my head is, what if we do go?
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Yeah. One of I think my favorite sessions of D&D is from like years ago, where I had all of these things written out and was very prepared for everything that was going to happen that session, and then 15 minutes in, the party went, great, we're going to deal with all this in a little bit
Yep.
because it doesn't seem like it's a time crunch, but there's this other thing we really wanted to do.
Ooh, shiny.
And I went, great, okay, we're just gonna
Mhm.
have to like riff everything from here. And honestly, it worked out to be one of the best sessions, especially on that table, that we ever had.
And honestly, after talking with each of you individually, looking at the other things you had done, obviously, Andrew, I've been following your stuff for a while. I went and checked out both of you other two, the things you have done after our conversations that we had, both the initial vibe check and then session 0, and then the conversations we were having on Discord. I was confident that if I didn't have something planned, you guys would make something. And you did. So it's really helpful, especially for me as a GM of an entertainment show, to have players that you can rely on like that. And I think that's beneficial for any GM out there, even if you don't have the pacing problems to deal with. It's really nice to be able to find groups that we'll just run with things and come up with things. And I mean, there were plenty of moments when you guys added things to the world that I didn't need to add, like talking about the skyscrapers and all of that as shells, which came up a number of times afterward that I didn't even think of, detailing. They were just in the background. They were a backdrop.
Those little personal touches.
Yeah. Yeah. I'd always encourage your players to add things to your world. It's more interesting that way. Again,
For
new
sure.
perspectives. They're going to think of things that you haven't.
That's something that I find is also really powerful when you're world building. To like you said, you just make a spine, right?
Mhm.
Make all of the things that you know are important beats to get your players and their characters into the world. From there, don't be afraid to grow outwards as they need and as they present, because you will get such a more interesting world that way than if you just go, here is a novel of what exists.
Mhm.
You are now part of this novel. Even if it's a sandbox at that point, really everything that needs to be done is done. And so no matter where they go, there's kind of an unspoken cap. There's a limit on how much they can experience the way that they want to.
Yeah, yeah. Yeah, I was looking through my notes and I found what I was looking for in regards to Granmal and a filler episode. Originally, instead of the Genistars just throwing a majority of their troops into Granmal and holding it like that, I created another faction, the Gene Stars, Gens, Geans, the Gene Stars. Um, the Genistars were originally going to roll into Granmal and co-op, kind of create their own gang of punks and hold it with that. Get people to buy into their rhetoric of, you're a freak, you can be better. We're going to remove all of this nasty crap off of you and make you a better person because somebody would believe it, unfortunately. And that could have been another big moment, seeing how they corrupted these people. But again, we didn't need it.
The power of well-placed propaganda.
Yep.
You know
And
what
strategically
definitely-
targeted insults and criticisms.
Yeah. You know, it definitely wasn't like nasty extra stuff. Fuzzy body tentacles.
Fuzzy body tentacles. Yep. The single best random roll of this game.
Absolutely.
So weird, but
Hands
also
down.
great. Something that didn't come into play, but I wanted to toy with it at some point. I did have another mutation, which was a strong insect-like mouth. And in my initial sketches, because I did a few sketches, but I wasn't happy with them, I gave her kind of like mandibles. But that didn't show up in the game.
Yeah, that's one of the things I really like about this game is it really makes it easy for you to build way more than you need. Which is great for a GM because I mean sometimes you just don't have time to prep or you don't get the inspiration to know where things are going to go and you just kind of need to pull in a distraction. But fortunately I didn't need to because we only had 4 episodes.
Yeah, I did actually just have like a general GM advice that I would like to ask of you is when it comes to preparing for a mini campaign, because I feel like, you know, we covered a full complete story over the course of 4 hour episodes. Do you have any tips that you would give for people if like they're wanting to try out a system and explore it a little bit more and do more than just a one shot? I know it's something I'm wanting to do, and like especially after this, I'm very inspired to start running more mini campaigns. So how do you go about telling a complete story with a very limited time frame?
Well, this is a whole thing. I could do a whole stream on this question. But there's
watch.
two there's two main beats there to hit, and one is I do mini campaigns because I cannot do one shots. I cannot manage to do a one shot. I sit down with a group. I'm like, here we have 4 hours. This is going to be a one shot. 6 hours later, we're almost done. I for my home group, a little aside here, for my home group, I ran a Halloween one shot that lasted 12 hours because things just kept coming up. And it was D&D, and there was like 3 separate combats we had to get through, I should say.
And it was only 12 hours?
It was only 12 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, I know I did a real good job of making that concise.
Yeah.
So I don't bother writing one-shots because I know I can't do it because there's always more that I want to do. I find it really difficult to tell a compelling story in only 3 or 4 hours because I really want to see character growth. I really want to see party bonding. I really want to establish a villain that is relatable, that makes you think, that makes you engage with the narrative, engage in the opposition of them, other than just it's what we're supposed to do. Other than they are a bag of HP that we need to deplete. So I find it difficult to write one-shots. I have absolutely no advice for anybody who wants advice on running one-shots because I can't do it. Writing mini campaigns, mini series. The problem is with me answering this question is that so much of this goes into when I designed these episodes, when I designed the arc for it, so much of how I plan this out is making sure we hit all of the rules and making sure we hit narratively interesting beats for the start, midpoint, and ending of the show because I need it to be entertaining and I need to get across all the information, the actual teaching of the game through the demo play. And that's not something that you're going to have to face at home when writing your own mini campaign. So the question of are we going to hit everything we need to hit doesn't really come up. The question of is this going to make for a cinematic cutscene cliffhanger doesn't necessarily need to come up, but I mean it might. It's good to think that way. Advice for running a mini series, a mini campaign. What I've found I like to do is I like to know where I'm starting, where I'm ending, and I always at this point leave one episode undefined. It is a filler episode. I pretty much write an outline for the first episode, have a general idea of where it's going, how I want it to end, how I expect even before we talk about characters or players or anything, how I expect the arc to proceed. So I have a beginning and a midpoint, and Then I just have the middle two episodes are usually just how do you get from point A to point B and how do you make it interesting. Um, because I'm so bad at writing one shots, I understand that I need to give myself that filler space, and I'm glad I did because I have on my outline here I have episode 3 conflict filler if needed. End at Genistar HQ, which wasn't helpful because we did not end at Genistar HQ, and I did not need conflict filler, and in fact I needed to take conflict out. um, the, as a GM, in my experience, I find it a lot easier to over prepare than under prepare. So I think that's my biggest tip for writing a smaller uh, a smaller campaign, a mini series, is that you have to accept that this story is going to end, because when you make a long format campaign, you kind of vaguely know, here's the big bad. This is what they're doing. If they fail, the world ends. If or if the players fail, the world ends. If the players succeed, well, they kill the big bad. We'll figure something out when we get there. I just know it's a lich. That's all I need to know for now. It's always a lich. When you're doing a mini series, you have to know this is going to come to an end, and it needs to come to a meaningful end, and it needs to come to a meaningful end not only for your players, but for the story itself. And then I have to think about it being a meaningful end to the audience from an entertainment perspective, because there's some moments that could be very meaningful to a player that wouldn't be all that engaging or exciting for the audience.
Mhm. Could I add something to that if
Yeah.
that's okay?
Yeah.
I think for me at least, when planning out like short like game arcs, whether it be somewhere between 2, 4, 5 episodes, a lot of the time I feel like the most important things are session 0 and session 1. Session 0, you're gonna have so many opportunities to have conversations with your players, with the GM, collectively as a group, and it will give you as the story writer, as the GM, a lot of understanding of how they want the story to progress, what the characters are like, and how they'll interact with each other. And
Mhm.
that can be a really good way to sort of gauge how much time you need to set aside for things like role play, how much time you need to set aside for combat, or if not combat, whatever the conflict is going to be, and how to give them the time and opportunity to solve that, because every party is going to be really different. Episode 1 is really important because I always like to say you'll simultaneously do the most and the least amount of work on your first episode,
Yeah.
because like Jack said, you have to know where you're starting and you have to know where you're ending, and you have to be able to get the party by the end of episode 1 on the way towards the ending.
And then you just
But
have to let it go, basically, and be
exactly.
flexible to let them get from point A to point B.
Yeah, and you will learn so much in that first episode about your players, the way they play, the way they portray their characters, and what in the game matters most to them.
Yeah.
And that'll allow you to, as you write more of it later or prep for it later, have the ability to go, great, I know this is what they gravitate towards. So if I create or permit opportunities for that, this is what I need to prepare for that. Now, again, over preparing, 100%, something I support. I do it all the time. I'm working on doing it a little less because I get crazy about it, but over preparing is great. And then be very, very willing to go,
Yeah.
I'm cutting 50, 60, 70% of this because these are the parts that I know they will want after we've done episode 1.
Yeah.
These are the parts I know that they'll do but won't really be engaged in past episode 1. And like Jack said, the parts that they might be engaged in but will just not matter to an audience nearly as much.
Like
And I think
shopping
those
episodes.
are definitely. Oh, yeah.
Um,
Do your shopping off screen.
But one of my key go-to pieces of advice is session 0, after show, or post-game talks.
Yes, absolutely. Yeah.
And if you've been following on Ko-Fi, you've seen the after shows. I have a very consistent format that I use for them, but it's basically just getting in touch with your players. The first question always is, did you have fun? Because that is the most important question. And fostering a table, a group that feels comfortable saying no, or saying I wish we did this as opposed to this, or I want to see more of this. And I have a series of questions that some of them I came up with. I've worked with a fantastic GM, Jeff Harvey. He runs the Star Trek Adventures game that I'm in, which is on hiatus but might be coming back next Tuesday. I had between the two of us and some online Google foo, I have a bunch of questions that I use basically to see what is most important to the players. So, because again, different perspectives, what the players enjoy might not be what I enjoyed most. What details that they really sunk their talons into are details that I just kind of threw in there last minute, didn't even think about. That's definitely come up. And most importantly, to encourage all of them to say good things about each other. Because it's really easy to be like, I really liked when I did this. Wasn't it cool when I smashed in that goblin's skull? But I like to ask questions that encourage the players to say, hey, Cooper, you did this awesome thing. I want to see more of that. And it builds up confidence. It boosts each other up, and it's a bonding experience. And again, sharing perspectives. So after post-game talks are super important, and session 0, not only for lines and veils and whatnot, but collaborative storytelling and just to get to know your players aside from knowing their characters. And then to get to know their characters, have each of them in turn to get to know each other's characters and weave them together, because you're going to get way more interesting stories if you don't even have to have all of the characters start out knowing each other, but at least having some sort of framework for if they know each other, why, what was important, or if they don't know each other, what's going to bring them together.
I know we don't have a whole lot of time left, but I have one question based off of the back of this. As a GM, when you ask that crucial question, did you have fun, and someone says no, how do you handle that? And I think this is really important for like people watching right now.
I'd say, okay, I'm sorry. Why? Let's talk about that. Why didn't you have fun? Can you pinpoint what wasn't fun? If you can't, let's have a discussion. Let's look at the episode. Because sometimes you can't always put your finger on what went wrong. You just get to the end of the episode and you're like, I didn't really enjoy that. That was kind of boring. Or I'm kind of frustrated about something, but I don't really know why. So you have to work with your players sometimes to help them and help you understand what isn't connecting the way that you intended to. Because again, perspective is very important. Because a player's perspective is going to be different than GM's perspective, and player A's perspective is going to be different than player B or C's perspective. So I find it very useful to have a conversation with the entire group so we can all share our perspectives. But if somebody really didn't enjoy something, then I'd say, okay, I know for this group that it's not something that this particular person enjoys. If they don't enjoy it, I won't put them in that situation again. I might direct a similar situation to another party member, but I'll leave it alone there. If as a group, they didn't like this particular thing, then okay, we don't deal with that for this particular game, for this particular arc, and we continue on. That's easiest to do in these smaller format campaigns series. If you're in a group in a game that you intend to run for the next cough years, and they go, I really don't like how this happens, and this was a core concept in the progression of your story, it could be problematic. But I think in these after game talks, you need to be willing to take constructive criticism, both as a player and a GM, and you need to be understanding, again, talking in good faith about these things, understanding of where other people are coming from. Again, both the player side and the GM side of things. Because if somebody says, I don't like this, and I say, I really like this, it kind of comes down to, is there a compromise we can find, or is this not the game for you? Because not everybody belongs at every table, and that I think that's the hardest thing for a GM to learn. I think that's the hardest thing for a player to accept. I think that's the hardest thing to properly vocalize. But sometimes, if you have a player that is just not working with the game you're playing, with your particular play style, with one or more people in the group, sometimes you just have to say, I don't think this is the right place for you. Maybe look for a game elsewhere. And if maybe is too weak of a word, go look for a game elsewhere. Sometimes it has to be said. That should be, the final thing you do. Don't immediately jump to that if somebody comes with you. I was kind of bored with combat today. Well, I run a combat heavy game, GTFO. That's not the conversation you should have. It just comes down to talking to people. Just talk to your players. Be accepting of who you are, who they are, of the perspectives you have. Don't be a dick.
The D-bad.
And I think too often that last bit gets overlooked or projected in the wrong direction, right? Where it's so important to be able to recognize that this is not the game for you, or this is not the game for them, depending on the perspective you're approaching it from, and being able to represent that in a way that doesn't come off as being adversarial or aggressive, and being like, look, even if you can be like, here are some people, some places, or some navigational tools that you can use to find a game that might be better suited to what you're looking for. This is the sort of narrative or the sort of game that I'm looking to play. And if all of the players are enjoying it except you, no one has to be the problem.
Yeah.
But it's just that we don't mesh, and that's okay. There's, like we said before, there's no wrong way to play these games, but there are ways that are wrong for each of us. And there's nothing wrong with that. And one of the things that I see coming up a lot, especially with new DMs, is this problem of either not knowing how to approach that or internalizing it and being like, what am I doing wrong that I should be trying to fix? Yeah, exactly. And I think it's so important to remember.
If somebody didn't enjoy the game, that is not an insult to you. If they said, this didn't work with me, I don't like that shopkeeper didn't give me this discount, that it's easy to hear, you're a bad DM. You didn't give me the opportunity I wanted to have. You're being a prick. Your NPCs are adversarial. You need to take a step back and you need to ask yourself, was I being adversarial? Was I the problem? Really internalize that, and then if the answer is no, communicate that. And if that communication doesn't work, again, sometimes one side just has to walk away.
And not to spend too much time gushing, but I think we've done so much putting positive focus on us as players. But the way that you ran Session Zero, the way you ran all of our sessions, the post-game stuff, was absolutely amazing. And honestly, it's some of the best pre- and post-game sessions that I've ever been a part of. And I just wanted to put that out there and let you know.
Thank you.
Absolutely awesome. And I plan on borrowing some of the ways that you do things like that moving forward with people, because it really was fantastic and amazing, and it made the whole experience significantly better.
I mean,
refreshing.
Yeah.
Honestly, that's probably the best compliment you could give me. You could say episode after episode, this was such a fun game, you're such a good storyteller, and I'll go, bah. But I put a lot of importance on communication and Session Zero and vibe checks and getting to know my people as opposed to my characters, and having those after game talks. So that means a lot, that it helped you and it helped the group.
And I just want to throw out there that, like, this has been such an incredible experience, honestly. So anybody that watches this, get on RPGs Uncovered. It's a lot of fun. Jack is fantastic.
Absolutely amazing.
Yes. So this has been such a great experience. I'm so fortunate to be one of the people that has got to be on it so far.
Yeah, I'm very fortunate too. I feel that. Thank you so much for having me, Jack. You have been great. You all have been great.
You all have been great.
Yeah.
Yeah, I cannot tell you how much I appreciate this. Just from the things that I've been able to pick up as we're doing this, to the way that you've made everything feel so good and given us the opportunity to explore and play and learn from each other as we go, and just honestly having the ability to look at the group of you and be like, these are people that I know and can share ideas with and talk about plans and thoughts and work on is so cool because you're all so amazing.
Well, I don't think there's any better way to wrap up than that because we're at time. So I think that's gonna conclude season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. Yeah, this has been Lost Eons. This has been Lost Eons Genistar. This has been season 3 of RPGs Uncovered. I hope you found it entertaining and both entertaining and educational. Because I'm here to show you guys new games and hopefully make it easier for you to learn them. And especially with this last episode to really ask the question, is this game for me? And have a good answer to that. So thanks for sticking around, everyone who did stick around. I know this second half was mostly kind of an extended after show, just getting player insights and character insights. But I love those sort of things. I'm a big fan. I mean, this has basically been an extended post game talk. So this is a great example of some of the things I like to do in the post game talks. But we actually really filled this game analysis and our show analysis with a lot of great player and GM tips. I'm used to when I ask the question, hey, do you guys have any questions? I get, questions about the story and NPC and lore and what are all these different places over here. And you guys really asked some really important GM questions and preparation questions. That was really interesting. Nobody's come to me for GMing advice before, and that's a strange feeling.
Can I really quickly ask one very, very fast question?
Yeah, sure.
Did you have fun?
I had a blast. I had an absolute blast with this.
Awesome.
That's good.
And you guys have made
that
it
makes
so easy.
my heart. Yeah.
Yeah, no, you guys have made it so easy for me to have fun with this. And I don't know if David is still with us. He's across the pond, so it would be super late for him. But David made a fantastic game. David Blandy. Let me actually drop the link to that for anybody who is still around, so you can pick up your own copy of Lost Eons. But it does we've already talked about it. It's a game that really facilitates good gameplay, good storytelling, and I'm a big storytelling fan. I like to think of TTRPGs. It's not tabletop role playing games. They're tabletop storytelling games, in my mind. But that's different interpretations for different people. No, I had an absolute blast, and you guys made it so easy. I from talking to each of you all the way back to our pre-game talks, the vibe checks, going back and forth on Discord, having those initial video chats. I knew by the end of each of those that you guys were gonna fit right in. I was not gonna have any trouble, and you guys even well exceeded my good vibes from that.
Awesome.
All right, there is the link to the itch page for Lost Eons. It's on sale right now. Coincidentally enough, you get all three. You get all three magazines: the player's guide, the GM's tools, and the Fens setting supplement, all for $13.40 USD. So go check that out. It's a lot of great stuff. That is, of course, the PDF. There is a link further down for a physical copy, but since this is a solo indie publisher, getting a physical copy is a little bit more expensive. But you can check that out. I highly recommend it because it's a really cool game and physical copies are fun. So go check that out. Yeah, I had a blast. thank you so much for being a part of this and making it so easy, and all the fantastic conversations we've had both in and out of game, before and after game. It has been refreshing and exhilarating having all three of you on here with me, and I'm going to bring you back, unless you are kicking and screaming not to be back, but I doubt that's going to happen.
Not at all.
So for everyone else out there, this may be the last time we talk about Lost Eons, but this is not the last time we see these three wonderful people. They're gonna be back, probably in some extent, in my upcoming July month of one-shots. Yeah, I'm gonna post. I have all kinds of posts on that on Twitter and Discord, so I won't harp about it here. But as a final reminder, I do have the July month of one shots coming up. We're filling up a whole calendar of games with some fantastic GMs, some fantastic indie games that have been created, and some amazing players. And that is all going to be in support of reproductive rights and abortion access. So if that is something that you would like to contribute to, reach out, let me know, Discord or Twitter. There's all the links down below, and of course, come on back for that. We're probably, unless I do some other like state of the game episode or stream or whatnot, I probably won't be streaming again until we kick that off. So check back here at the beginning of the month. I'll have a link for that charity drive campaign, and I'm looking forward to a fantastic month of storytelling and getting to know games and people, and raising money for a good cause, because it's very important to me. Let's sign off. I've been putting this off. Let's sign off for one final time, everybody, at least for now. One final time. Drake, it has been so great having you along with us, and all the back and forth that we've had. Thank you so much for being here. Final farewells.
Yeah, this has been absolutely amazing, and I am so heartbroken that it's over, but so excited for everything that's coming next. I've enjoyed every moment of this. I have loved playing Colin and getting to explore some real high highs and real low lows, and getting to share that with everyone here. And I couldn't think of a better group to have done that with. So thank you so much for that. If you're interested in seeing more of my stuff, you can find me at the Lion Knight 42, Twitch, Twitter, YouTube, pretty much any social media. Similar to Jack, I will also be running a charity drive for reproductive rights and abortion access running July and August, called Tales from the Table. I'll be sending out a casting call on Twitter soon. It should be up on Monday. So if you're interested in being a part of that in any way as a player, running a one shot or short form game, working with me to do giveaways, just to signal boost, to send donations, literally anything and everything is helpful. There's no act too small that you can do to help out, because this is such an important issue, and the opportunity to both offer some levity and some respite from the terrible things that are going on right now, while also helping out people who really need it, is something I am so lucky to be able to be putting together. So that's going to be running for the next 2 months. Please feel free to get in touch. DM me on Twitter, tag me in something. If you see me on any Discords, please feel free to reach out. I am always happy to help people get involved in it. And you will absolutely be seeing all of these amazing faces involved in it in the coming months as well. And I am so excited for that. So keep an eye out. And thank you again for the platform.
And this is not a competition. You can work with both of us.
You should.
You should work with both of us. Yeah,
I'm going to.
Yes. Thank you so much, Drake. And of course, Zoe. Likewise, it has been a joy having you with us. Joy experiencing Daffaliria and your story and your reactions to all of the meaning emotional moments. You've been an amazing, engaging player throughout this entire experience. Final farewells.
Thank you. I actually want to take a moment, because as I'm signing off, I feel like this is the time for me to say this. Jack, thank you so much for spinning us a wonderful tale, where we got to experience the world of Lost Eons. Andrew, thank you for being my brother, at least for this story, and giving me that kind of feel-good, heart gush kind of thing going on there. It was really great. Wow, my words escaped me. Drake, wow, what a performance. Tallinn absolutely it brought like a little mist to my eyes. Absolutely powerful performance from you. I'm Zoe, or Zoe Trooper. You can find me July 2nd with Casters and Castles doing a pirate one-shot where we explore Purgatory. Fun stuff. And then you'll find me working with Drake and hopefully working with Jack in the future for some of these charity drives for, you know, women's rights, for health, and reproductive issues, as well as anything else we might determine to be a worthy cause in that time.
Awesome. Very good. Very good. I am so looking forward to it. Yeah, we're definitely gonna have more discussions. Yes, and everything Zoe already said. Andrew, it's been fantastic having you along. I know you do a lot of your own stuff, but I believe you said this was your first streaming experience, streaming gameplay. I know you run a lot of your own games. You've been a player in a lot of your own games, so you're not completely fresh eyes. But I could get that sort of that freshness from you, and it's been really exhilarating having you around and looking at things from the perspective you bring in from somebody who does a very similar thing to what I do. So it's been great having you along for all of these conversations and story. Once again, tell us where we can find you and final farewells.
Man, what do I gotta be the last person to say bye here? First, I really do want to echo, like, this was such an incredible experience. Every single one of you is super talented. We need more eyes on every single one of you for what you do and what you bring to the tabletop community. Every one of you is a fantastic person. So it's my voucher. I know I'm the little guy on the internet for now, but we'll see what
For
happens.
now.
But I my name is Andrew. I am That Gamer Ajax on YouTube, Twitter, and TikTok. I mostly focus on some educational content, tips and tricks, guides, stories, and whatnot from a variety of tabletop games, including Dungeons and Dragons. I've covered Veil of the Void, Emberwind. I'm going to be doing some Lost Eons content because this was such a unique game. And I'm looking to try to get myself involved in some other shows and whatnot. So, also coming to the channel in the near future is going some either one-shot content or mini campaigns. I'm probably gonna start with my home group first, just because those are the people I'm the most comfortable with. But I am looking to try to expand those in the future. But yeah, this was such an incredible experience, and I just want to thank each and every one of you for being so awesome to be with and for taking me along on this journey.
Great stuff to look forward to from all of us here on our own channels, and I think well, one final thank you to the audience, anybody who has stopped by, anybody who has been with us since the beginning, or anybody who has just shown up. Thank you for being around. I love seeing people pop into the chat, though I never make any sort of requirement for it. Lurkers are definitely welcome here. I'm a lurker myself. Thank you so much for being with us and wanting to explore new games and being open to it, because I think that's very important. If you like what we do here at The People's Ascension and want to see more RPGs Uncovered content, one of the easiest ways to help out is just to spread the word. Talk about us to your friends, to other people you know. Engage with us on Twitter with likes and retweets and comments and whatnot. Come hang out in our Discord and invite people to do the same. But if you are so inclined, if you are able to, in the times that we now live in, we do have a supporter site, our Ko-Fi site. You can find that link down below. There are expenses to running shows like this, and there are more expenses I would like to have, such as paying for music and art and other writers, and really being able to pay performers and whatnot appropriately for the time and effort they put in here. So we do have a support site if you would like to check that out. But thank you so much for just being around and enjoying this content. And I think that's that's where we're going to wrap up another fantastic season, another great game that I've learned about, another great group of people that I've met and will continue to be friends with and play games with and interact with. Every one of these seasons is an amazing experience. But I have to stop because this eventually has to end. So I will leave you as I always do. Stay safe, stay happy, stay healthy, keep having fun as much as you can right now. Try to find something good to hang on to. Things are going to happen. That's all I can say. Things are going to happen. And you just have to keep going. Sometimes you just have to keep going, and you have to find some way to some way for yourself to keep going. Something to hang on to. But stay safe, stay healthy, keep having fun out there, and keep checking back here at the People's Ascension for more RPGs uncovered content. And if we were all in person having this discussion, if you are ever in a group having a similar discussion, it is nice to treat your fantastic players with a healthy and enjoyable spread of heart tomatoes and various other delicious foods and snacks. Good night, everybody. I'll see you in July.